And the clock has struck 0. Hello there, everyone. It is a pleasure to see you all. I am Verbalosity, your lead production guy and pseudo chair 3 for today's proceedings. And alongside me, I have 2 illustrious personnel to actually bring you the 1s and 2s on today's 1v1 closed qualifier. First of all, we have our lead crustacean, Mr. JonesCrab. Jones, how are you?
Hello, I am absolutely excellent, Verb. Ready to see some intense 1v1 action. We've got a ton of incredible players today. Only 4 spots between them, so this is going to be a bloodbath. Are you excited, Clutch?
I am, yes. I'm really excited. I was saying just before the stream went up, I feel like this is probably the highest level of competition we have seen in a closed qualifier to date, so I can't wait. And I also have to say, I can't escape this guy, can I, Verb? Every time I'm here, he's always on the desk with me. I just can't escape him.
Yeah, I'm almost starting to feel bad for you at this point.
Yeah, tell me about it, dude.
Yeah, for those of you that may have seen some of my earlier tweets and some Discord announcements, we did originally have Havoc slated to take Jones's seat for the all-British lineup, but alas, he had a last-minute family emergency and had to step away. We wish him and his fellows all the best, nothing but love. However, that does mean Jones has been sucked back into Clutchmeister's gravity for this show.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's not Memes' gravity.
I was about to say, I guess I am starting to learn how it feels to be memes a little bit here.
Oh, wow! Already we're taking shots at memes. I see. I hope you're in chat, memes. So, this bracket is being seeded. For those of you wondering what is going on today, this is a Swiss bracket format in the closed qualifiers. We are not quite yet all the way into a traditional double elim because we have 20 players in today, and the composition for today's players is everyone that made qualifying positions out of the last 4 open qualifiers, plus the top 2 teams from the 2v2 finals leg of Friend or Foe were also given free buys into today. So we have a look at some of the players here. We've got some of the people you're expecting, but also some of the people who got the free guaranteed in.
Yeah, so of the 2v2 teams who, as Verb said, top 2 placing teams from the 2v2 finals, which is Mina and vanar and Antonio and Living, it looks like only Antonio and Mina have chosen to put their effort into the 1v1 portion. It looks like Living and vanar are going to sit this one out, just sit on how well they did in the 2s and the 4s. But yeah, a little bit more competition here from those players. And who else is sticking out to you from the open qualifiers?
Well, I mean, there's the obvious big names, right? You've got players like Bean, you've got obviously the King of Reeds, Tote himself, the 2nd place in the Duel Frenzy, considered to be the 2nd best duelist in the game for a while. We have ewop, who's had some really good performances in community 1v1 tournaments, however, didn't have the best of performances, actually kind of struggled, which was a big surprise in the open qualifiers. So I don't know, like if he plays to his best ability, doesn't let the moment get to him, really wouldn't be surprised to see him potentially hitting top 4 today. But considering how inconsistent he was previously in the open qualifiers, I wouldn't be placing any bets on him. And you also have Immortal, like widely known as being one of the very best players for the last few years, but he's only just come of age to actually join these tournaments. So this is actually his first official Ubisoft tournament he's participated in. And I'm really looking forward to seeing him play, known for having amazing reads and also being really, really strong when it comes to differing animations out of neutral. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some of those 4 players play. But I've also got to give a shout out to my former teammate, my boy Antonio. Also got into the top 8 last year. It was actually kind of unlucky. I'm not sure how many people watch the Duel Frenzy that might be in the chat currently. However, he was actually probably favoured even above Bean last year to come first. And he actually beat Bean the day before the grand finals in the qualifiers, quite convincingly, in fact. However, he fought against Bean in the very first game of the grand finals because Bean actually was bottom seeded and Antonio was first seeded, and actually lost to Bean in the first game of the grand finals. So I think Anton, he might be wanting to get some redemption today, perhaps. So it's going to be good. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching that closed qualifier stream on the edge of my seat because, like you said, Bean barely clawed his way in, lost to Antonio, and then clinched out the 8th seed, upset him on tourney day. So I'm absolutely sure that Antonio's looking to, like you said, redeem himself here. This is years old, not necessarily a beef, but a score you'd want to settle for sure.
A friendly rivalry, should we say.
If Toad channels his inner Geo dinghy, it's all over the company. Is that a clip I want to look at, Sweaty? I see a clip has been placed in chat. Oh no. We've got some time before the bracket being seeded, because there's some extra checks going on in the background, so... You know what? I'm gonna risk it. Hold up, let me pause Spotify. I'm gonna risk this.
You're just going to get flashbanged by Toast's massive forehead being so close to his webcam.
Let's see here. Oh wait, hang on. I don't have the audio routed to stream. Hang on. Timeout. I gotta fix my errors. Browser audio. Geo dinghy. There we are.
No progress.
Hello? There we
They
are.
call me Geo Dingy, bro. I'm the Geo Dingy.
What does that mean?
I think it's just I don't know. I think it's just a clip of him reacting to like 4 heavy mixes in a row and thinking he's God.
Because this was Academy, right? I'm assuming this is Academy.
Yeah, this is probably from yesterday, if I had to guess. He's Academying Blitz here.
All right. But yes, so, I should probably explain that real quick. For those of you who aren't necessarily familiar with For Honor's specific terminology, the concept of labbing, you may be familiar with from traditional fighting games. We call that academying over here. So that was, I assume that was just their lab stream going on. But good to know that Toad's feeling in good spirits for today.
People familiar with my stream will be very familiar with Academy, considering I went through a phase where I was doing about 2 hours just doing Academy on stream every day. Absolute peak For Honor content.
Lab monster. All right,
Meister, I mean.
Badum-tish. All right, so it looks like brackets are not seeded just yet, so we got a little bit of time to kill. Yeah, for those of you that are unfamiliar with the background for today, yeah, now that we are getting into some of the serious stuff, like not only is there more pressure on the end of, you know, the players just knowing that this is their ticket into next week's grand finals on main channel, but also levels of security have stepped up as well. Now we have, like, admins actively essentially watching over their shoulders, and also we have players recording their own perspectives for, you know, security purposes. So nervousness could be setting in because players' natural routines may be disrupted a little bit. Like Clutch Jones, you guys can talk about this. Like, players very much have their own routines and want to be in their own spaces that they prepare before a tournament. This is going to be a little disruptive, potentially. Just a little bit.
Yeah, there's even a few players who haven't really been in this environment before, at least not very often. So it's going to be interesting to see how they handle the pressure, having the eyes on them. It's not something you can really practice for either, because yes, of course, you have community tournaments, but stakes in community tournaments are completely different. You know, maybe it's like $100, or maybe it's, you know, like a steel code. It's very different from the prize pot that is on offer for the friend or foe tournaments, on top of the fact that, you know, we've got For Honor Discord Dojo streaming, and we're going to have the main stream for the grand finals. It's a different level of pressure, and it's really something you can only practice for in the moment. So these people who haven't been there before, there's going to be a big question mark on how they can handle it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons that like at least in my predictions, I favor seniority and like how long these players have been in the scene, both because they've proven time and time again how well they can do, and because they've been in situations like this before. They don't necessarily have to like readjust and get all nervous because, now I've got to screen record my OBS and got to go through this, and I've never done this before. And I mean, there's a lot of great new talent here that I'm ready to be shocked by. I mean, especially today of all tournaments, there's so many great players and only 4 qualifying spots, but I have to give the favor to seniority in this situation.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Yeah, and in terms of, like, not only in terms of seniority, like, for me, just immediately, if we're talking the quote-unquote lineal 1v1 champion, if I'm using that word correctly, Bean was the winner of the last major 1v1 tournament being Duel Frenzy. So Bean is coming in here essentially with the proverbial crown, but there are a lot of people here who have played him frequently, who potentially know of his play style, and then on top of that, we got this new blood that might surprise things, and then however, on top of that, there are a couple of different factors pulling for Bean and some of the old guard, being some of the older characters have recently received little and some big buffs in places to where you'll be seeing certain characters really to the fore in 1v1s. The big one is going to be Lawbringer. Lawbringer is going to be a huge presence, and that's one of Bean's most known for characters, if not for anything, the fashion. So that is going to be a big wall to get over, and it's once we get into like bans and then the conquest format on top of that, people are going to have some pretty good pools of characters to go with, not even stuff that's necessarily high on the tier list, even though the tier lists are decently accurate, the ones that are out there from reputable sources.
Also, with when you were asking me about players who impressed me in the open qualifiers, there was one that I completely forgot about that has to be mentioned, and that is Blitz. Mr.
Yes.
Blitz. Mr. Blitz himself. Now, he actually, I believe, came fourth last year, if I'm not mistaken. I think Ranquis was the one who came third, with Tote in second and Mr. B himself in first place. And this year in the Friend or Foe, he's had some really good performances as well. Himself, alongside me, Mina B, and Jarl, we won the 4v4 Friend or Foe tournament. He also did participate in the 2v2s and got to the closed qualifiers, but unfortunately he didn't have the greatest performances with Kalid, who's another player who unfortunately missed out on the qualifiers for the 1v1s, which is a shame because he's quite widely regarded as being one of the very best, if not the best, console duelist in the game. So it was unfortunate he wasn't able to qualify. But Blitz, he, like as we were saying, that seniority, he's not old. He's very young, but he's been around in the scene for a long time. He's been in these major tournaments, in these high pressure situations. So he has that experience. He knows what it feels like. He knows what it means to have money on the line, to have your pride on the line, and to be able to play through these things. So I think that kind of mental experience will be a big factor, and he's been performing well in the Colosseums. I've hosted. He's been playing well in scrims, so he's definitely got to be one of the, I'd say, favorites to qualify for the grand finals.
Now, I'm just refreshing my memory because I have the memory of Swiss cheese. There's holes in it everywhere. I'm just going to pull up the results from the previous open qualifiers to remind myself and the viewers who are going to be our players coming in who didn't get some of the free buys, because some of them were the new blood. All right, here we are. So, coming in off of the 1v1, we got, bear in mind, a couple people from here have chosen not to show up. But today, some people are just not playing, so to keep that in mind. So we can see here, it was, I believe, like, top 6-ish got through. So it was like,
yeah,
Bean,
everyone who goes 7-1.
Yeah, 7-1. So that was Piggy, Revelatory, Aloe, Lucky, Bug, and Bean. Let's see if any one of those guys didn't come through. Actually, we'll do that later. And then here, it was at top 7, technically. UFC, Egg and Ball, Catalyst, King of Reeds, Sharo, Kinu, and Mr. Wilkes Booth, with Wilkes Booth going flawless. Then week 3, this was a top 5. It was Mamba, H, I Love Bears, Washing Plates, and Blitz, and I believe all of them are through. Or at least are through today. And then Open Qualifier 4, the final one before the holiday break. This was a quote-unquote top 6. With Op M, Shepti, Kamikira, Lisaka for You, Reiji Do, and Immortal, aka Lemon. And Lemon going flawless, making it through for today, which is, you know, those amounts of players, which is why we are now currently sat on a 21-player bracket. So, those people coming through, it's going to be big for them. I imagine we're currently just having them doing their last-minute preparations with the admins, get everything nice and good to go, because, you know, better to have the traditional For Honor beginning of tournament delay that we are all somewhat used to now, and then a smooth rest of tournament that a stop, start pace. Wow, there's a tongue twister. It's always more preferred that way. What? Who's going on in chat? Is someone talking in chat who should have been playing? Oh, Ranquis.
Yeah.
Isn't Ranquis a pretty good duelist?
Pretty good, you could say. Yeah.
Pretty good. You could. Yeah, he came third in the Duel Frenzy last
Yeah,
year. You
like-
could say he's pretty solid.
Why is he no here? Is he here? Is he under an alias?
No,
No.
he's in chat at the moment. He just said that he's been busy with in real life stuff. So
Okay.
yes, understandable.
Okay, that's fair then. Understandable. Yeah, there has been like 1 or 2 players that are like they could have played, but they just didn't. I'm like, God, what is going on? But for the people who have actual reasons, that's fair.
Actually curious. Is Steppy or Tuba Tremor in this tournament? I can't see his name anywhere.
I think Tuba might have pulled out potentially.
That's unfortunate. I was looking forward to seeing him play. Unfortunate.
While we've got a moment, I actually do want to give a shout to something Blitz mentioned in chat, that we've got a dark horse to win this thing.
Oh.
When you were going back through, I think it was Qualifier 2. Was it Qual 2 or Qual 3?
Is Qual 2 his Qual
we
3?
had, yeah, Mr. Wilkes Booth go 8-0. You can't really call him unknown anymore. He is a very good player from console, who just really wasn't recognized by PC. Especially because, you know, duels aren't necessarily like the premier competitive mode. It's not a tournament that's run, tournament mode that's run all the time. But yeah, this guy was absolutely destroying in that second qualifier. I'm very excited to see how he performs today against some other great competition, because I mean, he beat out incredible players like Kinu. I believe he beat Mamba in that tournament as well. So I'm very excited to see how this guy performs, because I mean, if we look back to the Duel Frenzy, there was a player who came out of nowhere in the form of Real YX. So maybe we'll see, not necessarily out of nowhere, but, you know, a great performance that we weren't necessarily expecting last month.
Question from Creature in chat. When is the first match going to start? It will start when the admins give the go-ahead and not a moment before. Today is going to have a little bit of an extra delay because we've got the combination of still a decently full bracket at 21 people who are able to attend and have checked in, and then also higher security standards for today going further into the tournament. So that's what's going to cause this little bit of an extra startup. This isn't open qualifier where it's like ready, set, go, spectate. This is not going to be that fast, but there's still Swiss brackets. So once we get in, we still, did I go Sean Connery there for a second? What the dickens? We should still have a decent flow of matches once we get going. But for now, Creature, we are just going to have the traditional For Honor tournament, beginning of For Honor tournament delay. So, might be time to settle in, grab yourself a drink while we wait for the go-ahead from the admins, while we keep you as relatively entertained as we can. Ugh, have a drink. Mute with that. Oh well. Hang on, Ranquiz. I want to keep my legacy clean, though. Ah, we're legacy preserving. Okay.
Yep, he placed top 4 one time and said, "Yep, that's it. That's the win rate I'm going for."
Bro, that's my attitude when I played ranked back in the day. Like, I got through my rank qualifiers, got a Grandmaster for some reason, and then I never played again.
Yeah, it can't get better than this. It can only get worse. I'm done.
I already finished my popcorn. I'm already pissed. My dude, how small was the bucket of popcorn, or how quickly did you wolf it down?
He's impersonating memes.
How many stabs at memes can we get before the first match of the day?
I mean, I think we can get in at least one more before the first game starts.
Most likely.
Well, I mean, you ask how many stabs we can get in, it's pretty hard to miss them at the end of the day, isn't it?
Okay, there we go.
Alright, let's see. What was gonna... Dez is goated. Even Kinu in chat, like one of the other players of the tournament, says Dez is goated. So yeah, we got some, like, player favorites going on in chat. Outside of that, though, let me go ahead and pull up in-game for a second here, since I could... OBS, come on, behave. Game is right there, I assure you. Okay. For Honor is literally right there. Okay, apparently OBS wants to misbehave. Let me try and fix this. So, better to have this problem now than later. But yes, in terms of picks for today, What are we going to expect anything different, or is it going to be similar things that we saw from earlier on in the open qualifiers last year?
I mean, I think that we saw most of what we're seeing today from the open qualifiers last month. I am a little surprised because yesterday I was taking a peek into some scrims, some academy, and I saw a lot of Kyoshin. I don't know if you have any insight into that, Clutch.
I don't even know what to say, because when I went through a bit of a phase of playing a lot of 1v1s not too long before I retired, and I do remember playing against a couple of Kyoshins, and I just found like the character didn't have anything. Like his in-chain mix-up is reactable, he's quite differable when it comes to his neutral, he's got 120 HP, but it's working. So like, I think Totes started it, because obviously Totes are very experienced with Kyoshin, particularly in 4v4s. He likes the character a lot. He started playing him, he started to essentially take W's against a lot of the top players, you know, like Blitz, Antonio. Like, I think for a while he was scrimming Antonio and was actually having a really rough time. Like, Antonio was taking a lot of the games against him. And then he started picking the Kyoshin, and then he finally started to consistently, you know, beat Antonio. And then he started to play against other players. He took games against Blitz, you know, he took games against ewop. So, and then I think other players, because of this success that Tote showed, actually started experimenting with it as well. So that's, I believe, the reason why we started to see more of it recently. But at least from my perspective, I'm kind of shocked that the characters being played at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, especially because, as far as I know, this is still best 2 out of 3 in every set. So, I mean, you consider we're playing Conquest and Ban, so you need to have at least 3 characters. Assuming one gets banned, you need to win 2 other games with your characters. So it is definitely surprising to me, at least, that players are digging this deep in the roster. But I mean, if you're looking to get every leg up over your opponents you can, and you find something that's working better than your opponents are giving it credit for, certainly take the advantage.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why the character has been so successful is because people just weren't practicing against it. So the mix-ups just are more, you know, successful, right? So hopefully Tote hasn't played the character too much in scrims to maintain that advantage, because unfortunately, if he has been so successful with it, some people, I guess, might have started to academy it. And I do think that's a big difference. Like, Kyoshin is one of those characters where if you academy it, you can very consistently react to like everything the character does, and considering he's only like 120 HP, he doesn't have insane punishes. It's definitely a character that can be shut out quite easily, but it requires a ton of practice to get to that point. Maybe players like Bean, if he's put in some academy, some of the other reaction players like Blitz, etc., and maybe gotten to that point, but maybe they didn't think it was worth spending their free time academying against this character when possibly only Tote's going to be playing it, so we'll have to see.
There we are. For some reason, in the 10 minutes between my testing before the stream went live and the stream went live, my game capture decided to go commit toaster bath. So yeah, don't worry folks, anything you saw on stream was just me fixing things. Gonna go with the good old-fashioned window capture backup. Should be good to go. You all saw
worse. You could have brackets overlaid over the game capture for the entire game, like a certain professional.
Alright, let me just make sure everything's all good to go. Right, yep, there's my mini camera. That doesn't need one. There we are. That's just brackets. There we are. Jolly good. Oh, we got a raid from Orlando Crusher. Hello there. First of all, thank you very much for the raid. Come on in. We are currently in the preparation stages for the closed qualifier leg of the Friend or Foe 1 vs 1 tournament. We are currently just waiting on admins to give the go-ahead for this bracket to begin. If enabling doesn't fix, then just install a previous version of OBS. Thank you very much for the advice, Atmosphere. However, I'd rather not install a previous version of OBS where I'm still streaming. I'll worry about that later, but thank you very much. If Tuba doesn't win, I will uninstall for honor. Unfortunately, Muster, I think you'll be uninstalling immediately, because here is the players list. Let me refresh for you. Oh, hang on a minute, I just got an announcement ping. Is this what we're looking for? Oh, it's starting soon. Okay, we're not seeing the right thing. Battlefly? Please?
Oh, mine's doing the exact same.
Please don't tell me Battlefly's having problems now, too.
No, this is a great time for it, too.
Okay, we're good. Okay, we're in. So, who said that before? Mustelino. here is the players list. I don't believe we're seeing Tuba in here unless Tuba's got an alias. Yeah, I don't believe any of these is Tuba, so I believe you may be uninstalling For Honor right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tuba's name is Steppy.
Is it Steppy?
I'm pretty sure that is Tuba's name, yes.
Oh yeah, let me go back through here.
Qualifier, I think he played in. Because he had that fun game against Lemon where I think they went 2-1, but I'm pretty sure Lemon beat with Kensei, which is one of Lemon's favorite character.
Brackets.
Yeah, speaking of aliases, though, I want to correct something I said earlier about only Antonio and Mina from the 2v2 finals playing. It looks like Vanlar is playing. He is the suspicious I-8 character.
Oh,
who
interesting.
Checked in for today. Yeah, I went back in his Battlefy, and it is him.
Ah, your Battlefy profile is never stop loving, not Tuba. Okay, but yes, that was Steppy, and I don't believe Steppi's in today. Is what it is. We put the standings back the way they were. There we are. But yes, we are still currently waiting on the ping that the bracket is actually up. If I actually go to the bracket link for today, you can also find it yourselves with !bracket, because I made sure to update the bot beforehand. Yeah, we're not currently seeded yet, so we are currently vibing and speculating on what's going to happen until we get the go-ahead from the admins. New phone, who this? It's clear. Hello, Gar, whatever. But it's you. You can see you even on your new phone. Hope you're doing well. I am all-knowing. I recognize every Battlefy emoji. Asura has an encyclopedic Battlefy knowledge.
Yeah, he took one look at it and said, I'm pretty sure that's Vanlar, and he was right.
Well, damn. But yeah, for those of
you
you
gotta be like insanely dedicated to recognize Battlefy profile pictures on site.
Right?
Alright, if Vanlar's playing, it will be interesting to see how he does this. He does have some pretty good reactions, and he's a very good 1v1 on his own right. Wouldn't say he's quite on the same level as people like, Bean, Blitz, Anton, etc. But he also was actually part of our Dominion team before the 4v4 friend or foe, where he was replaced by Jarl because he was actually underage. And he only became of age for the 2v2 tournament. And that's why he participated in the 2v2s and not the 4v4.
Another interesting element this adds is like looking at friend or foe as a holistic series. I mean, if we're looking at the 4s and the 2s, the 1v1 tournament decides between Mina, Vanlar, and Antonio who places best overall, because of course they've each won one of the two tournaments. Well, actually, I suppose not in Vanlar's case, actually. So it's really between Mina and Antonio in terms of who places best overall across all three tournaments. Claims their title is the friend or foe champion in a sort of scuffed kind of way, but if you're looking at it holistically.
I'll stick to my 100% win rate, thank you very much.
Breaking news, I've been informed reliably on the back end that seeding should be being finished up soon. There was just one or two cases of either technical problems or just players not showing up on time for some bloody reason, even though they said they'd be here. Ugh, of course. So that's what's going on, but it is almost done. We should have actual things to watch soon. So we are almost through the For Honor tradition at this point. So we're going to be waiting on that to get sorted. How will the prize get split? Well, let's have a look, creature. The rules page should probably tell us what's going on there. Let's see. Prizes. The tournament as a whole has a prize pool of 3,600. Yada, yada, yada. Close Qualifier has a prize pool of 1,500. Split evenly between runners-up with no more than 2 losses at the end of the bracket between 12 to 18 players depending on participation. This means that the prize will be between $125 and $83.33 each, recurring, of course.
We've got Shakesters in the chat. It's a name I haven't seen in a while.
Hello, Shakesters. Everyone's turning up. Yeah, I see
me,
Immortal.
Shaman Goat.
Right? I still remember the age-old 4v4 commentary staple of, okay, we're going to Overwatch. Okay, Shiksters is versing whoever the opposing shaman is on 8 point in the 1v1. If it was like Otto, usually in that case. Those were fun times. You'd always know that happened.
Yeah, I remember one instance, actually. I think it was Otto was running whichever shaman emote would let her like lay completely flat on the ground, and he had stealth on. There was this one instance where they were both Shigstas and Otto just hanging out on Overwatch Zone C, and Otto just used the emote to hide undetected for like 10 seconds, and Shigs could not figure out why the zone was contested.
That's a name. I do miss my boy Otto. He was a legend.
How long will the stream last? Asked Dantrap. The tournament goes until it ends. There is no designated end time. It is Swiss bracket, so in theory, it could go for a maximum of like I think it's 45 minutes to an hour per round ish. Well, let me fix my own thing, Oliver. Check the rules. It usually will tell us. How long is each round? Lobby setup, bans. Okay, I've gone too far. I am stupid. Point being, there is in theory a maximum length of the tournament, but it never usually ends up going that way, so it goes for as long as it goes. You know, OST hits hard, yeah. Shout out to my custom For Honor OST playlist on Spotify to help me out with stream safe stuff. Although, Clutchmeister was telling me about, reminded me about the artist Berserkid, if anyone remembers that name from back in the day, who made a full, like, custom OST for Honor, including the Warriors Den music that's still used today. So I could possibly start looking into that if I can get permission from Berserkid. Thanks for the reminder on that, by the way. Oh, we got a ding ding! Hold up.
Let's go!
Okay, we have our first round. Here we go! Okay. So, that, how much time on the clock? How much
Blitz and
time
Kino,
on
first
Swiss
up.
clock?
Oh,
That is.
But I have to point out, I think vanar versus Lemon's also a good shout.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is
game.
We're spoiled for choice here.
All right. So while I remind myself how long it takes to be a clock, gentlemen, what kind of game should we look for?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're either looking at match 8 or match 3 right now. Both of those are heavy hitters.
Yeah,
4 is a third, but I think 3 and 8 are looking better.
Yeah, I'd agree. 3 or 8 for myself, but I'm more than okay letting chat decide on which game to watch here.
Okay. Yeah, we got a nice little stretch of games to look at. All right, chat's saying 8, which is Kinu Baritsu. We could get Add an Override. Some people are saying 3. So, not watching Bean. Bean could be a shout. We've got a lot of games we can look at here. 3s, 2s, 3, 7. I'm seeing some more 3s here. 888 Immortal. I don't think we can do polling on our channel. We're not affiliate.
Oh, is that locked behind affiliate as well? Man.
Maybe?
I'm gonna try it. I mean, it's probably we probably don't actually have to do it, but
I'm doing it just off eyeball.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I'm pretty sure you can't do that unless you're affiliate. Interesting. I learned that today.
I'm seeing 3s dominating the chat, so yeah. Okay. Unless we get App and Override, I think we're going potentially this one. What is that Battlefly name? Do you guys think there's a more interesting match, or shall I lock this one in for the spectate?
That sounds good to me.
I'm more than happy with this one.
All right. So, this is vanar Lemon. Okay, that's vanar. Gotta remember. Why do people not name themselves properly? Okay. So, now the tradition. I need to make sure I have one of these players on my friends list. I have Lemon. All right, we're Gucci. So, now we're in the holding pattern. We wait for the Eye of Spectation. Let me go ahead and update the ticker for everyone. Versus... Oh god, this is going to look so dodgy on the scrolling ticker. This is going to get moire effect real quick.
Oh no.
Alright.
Okay, we've got vanar has banned Scent.
Oh? Okay.
And I'm curious how much practice vanar has actually had, because I haven't, like, this is just my perspective based on, like, watching a couple players' streams here and then, but I haven't seen him in any scrims, so I'm not sure if he's just doing them and I'm not seeing them. or maybe he's just coming into this ice cold and ready to rock out. And that is an Aphira ban from Lemon as well, so sent Aphira for this set.
Ah, my soundtrack rolled over to the Jormungandr theme. Yeah. Oh, there we are. Withendale. A bit more jovial. There we are. So, we have a match locked in, everyone. The waiting time should almost be over. We have things to watch, and worst comes to worst, we have other things to look at in the bracket, as we have an actual, well, bracket now. This is a stacked, like, round one. This is an absolute knife fight.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse, too, because Swiss bracket, like, of course, progressively pairs you against players who have similar results. So, I mean, the better players are going to win in the first round and then just continue to face each other. It's going to get really interesting, especially, I think, in rounds like 3 and 4. It's going to be just absolutely brutal with big names knocking other big names out of contention.
Why does Memes have mod? Because Memes has done commentary work, so he probably needed powers to do various things, like timing people out, keeping chat in order. I believe that's why he has a sword. Setmix drive-by in chat. Memes weighs more than a knight in full armor. And on that note, we're moving into game.
Memes isn't safe from any direction, huh?
Honestly, I feel like that's actually quite nice from Setmix. I probably would have said Memes weighs more than an entire medieval army in armor.
Ooh, okay, and here's the Kyoshin we were talking about earlier. And I mean, of course, Vanlar is known to have the Kyoshin. So, I mean...
Yeah, so Vanar is actually a very experienced Kyoshin, both in 1s and 4v4s, and that absolute garish fashion might end up giving him an advantage early, but first blood to Vanar here, just get the bash mixed up as well, bait out the dodge with the unblockable heavy, and then already down to about half HP here, got away for a stand of the root, and he uses the fast flow off of the block top light to get the lights there, and then going to find himself HP here.
Yeah, Mort already very low, and ooh, he gets the deflect in. Now he's in chain. This is where Shaolin is most scary and most capable of blowing up your health bar. Kyoshin is a little bit slower of a char. He's just trying to whittle you down. Immortal's low on stam. He's chilling out, but no, he gets the triple light in and takes the first round. And one of the advantages that I heard about for Kyoshin, one of the reasons that Topmine and now other players are picking up this character who wasn't previously played, is because his bash mix-up is rather good. It's very difficult. I believe they've said it's unreactable to react to whether he bashes or undodgeables in mix-up. In chain rather, so it's just a very powerful tool for him there. It's also nice to have the unblockable out of neutral, but I mean, yeah, you can see already early on, top picks like Shaolin are proving why they are so highly rated. They're capable of just blowing up your health bar, even if Immortal is now out of stamina here.
Nice, really good mix up there. Catches the side dodge with the unblockable there. They're both very low. Nice, beautiful full block there. Gets the full punish. 20 damage, so it's not enough. The top light will end up taking down Vanar. Lemon with a 2-0 here, but both rounds have been really close. Nice comeback by Lemon in the first round, but I mean, I definitely wouldn't agree with the in-chain mix-up being completely unreactable. I used to react to it perfectly fine whenever I academy against it, but it could very likely be that people haven't done any academy against it, or at least not enough to properly learn the animations so they can react to it more consistently. Beautiful and logical mix-up though by Vanlar, just have the HP lead here. Goes for the deflect, goes for the dodge forward heavy, goes for the feint, just to bait it out. Nice, the guard break just connects on Lemon's attempted bash mix up. Doesn't catch him going out of stamina as well, but he eats the heavy. Gotta be careful here. Nice, good read on the sweep. Sweep doesn't go for the full block. Good read. Oh, but makes a bad read on the guard break, but he does get the right parry punish, and Vanlar finally gonna get his first round on the board here. Another close round. Vanlar on about 24 HP, less than 1 bar. Pretty much all of these rounds so far have been neck and neck.
Yeah, Vanlar is finished losing these rounds to getting lighted out at the last second. I think that, I mean, you were mentioning that maybe players just don't have the experience academy in Kyoshin. I think that's probably just because he's not a popular pick, right? That's one of the reasons we were talking about. You know, if you pick a character who's less played, you've got that advantage of, you know, your opponents don't have as much practice against them, so maybe it's just harder for them to react to make the mix-up, even if it's not actually unreactable. But Lemon has a sizable health lead here in this round. And Vanlar goes in with the kick. He's going into his mix. He's got to watch his stand, though. He can't really fully offense here. But Immortal waits and gets the crushing counter from his cheese stance. Picks up a third round there.
That was a really good adaptation by Lemon. He noticed that Vanlar in the first 3 rounds was quite regularly using the fast flow into the lights to interrupt the frame advantage there, and waited for it, baited out the light from the Ocean full block, and got the crushing counter for the win. And now we started this round off strong as well. Double light into the undodgeable mix-up. Vanlar on about 85 HP here, down below 3 bars. Now dodge forward heavy gets baited out. Was anticipating a guard break, but wasn't the correct read. But the second time in a row does end up working. Gets the parry. House totals now even out. Slight HP lead for Vanlar now. It's neck and neck. Again, using that fast flow into the unblockable, using the frame advantage. Wasn't able to fast flow quick enough to the key stance to get the crushing counter. He's loaded. It was beautiful. Light parry by Vanlar, and he brings it back 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, you could see so many of these rounds are just based on momentum, especially in terms of Shaolin. I mean, you get just a lot of damage at once, and then it's a matter of how much time or how much damage Vanlar is able to get in those dull moments where, there's not a lot of stamina on the board, or where we're just sitting in neutral. And so this is where he's really trying to play his game. He gets into his zone, but unfortunately, Immortal gets the deflect against him, and now he's got to try to figure out what to do here. He gets kicked, and now he's back in his own offense, but we're just resetting to neutral here as Immortal gets in with that forward dodge heavy, and it's looking very close here. Vanlar is trying to get his stamina back, but he goes into full block, gets GB'd out of it, and both players looking a bit low here. Immortalum's trying to get into his key stance, and this is where it gets really dangerous to be Vanlar, but he makes the right read only to then get his bash dodge attacked, and he has to make up these last 3 rounds to pick up his first game.
Lemon been utilizing that dodge forward heavy really well here. Some really good reads on the. He reads his opponent's going to go for that feint guard break, goes for the dodge forward heavy. He's beaten out quite a couple of times now. It's got quite a lot of damage for it, and that's something that Lemon does really, really well on the Shaolin. Has really good defensive reads when his opponent is going to be going for those feint guard breaks. Also goes for it on the deflex. It's kind of like a pseudo option select. But Vanlar finally gets a bit of damage on the board that isn't shit, but he's already below 3 bars here. The light is going to catch him though. Very close here, only about half a bar advantage for Lemon. Wasn't able to crush and counter again. A little bit of extra chip for the Ocean, but not for the fast flow this time. Lemon punished him enough, but the fast flow on the whip gets the punish on the dodge attack. Now Lemon gets punished with a dodge attack into the chain bash while he's one mix-up away from death here. The bash beats out the guard break. Nice, gets the key stance kick as well. Baits out the dodge on the sweep. Has very little stamina though. He's going to get a bit of opportunity to go on the front foot here, but the double, triple light on the guard break. Vanlar getting a little bit too liberal with those guard breaks, and Lemon is going to pick up a victory 5-2 against the Kyoshin with the Shaolin 1-0. And I'm going to be interested to see whether Vanlar sticks with the Kyoshin pick, or another character he actually has quite a bit of experience on is the Varangian Guard. So I'm going to be interested to see what he does here.
Yeah, I mean, you've also got to be considering what Immortalum is switching to as well, right? Because, I mean, we know Sense banned, Aphira is banned. I don't think that Immortalum, correct me if I'm wrong, you probably have more knowledge of his chars at this point than I do, but I don't believe he plays either of those characters anyway. I don't believe he plays LB. I'd be interested to see if we might maybe get like a JJ or a Tiandi from him.
From Lemon?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him play both of those chars recently.
Lemon's actually played quite a bit of Lawbringer, but I'm not
Really?
I'm not sure if he's played Lawbringer since his changes with being able to chain into multiple attacks, being able to bash off lights, etc. But I've actually 1v1'd him a few times on Lawbringer after the initial bash changes that changed them to 300 MS and put 433. So he does have some experience in character, but actually he has gone on the Varangian Guard, and Vanlar has opted to stick on the Kyoshin, but going for a little bit more of a grounded, realistic fashion choice rather than the walking strobe light.
Yeah, I know you've got a lot of experience on both of these characters. I don't know how much experience you have playing them necessarily in this matchup order in ones, but what do you think of this matchup?
I think it's very heavily VG favored. I think Lemon plays VG a little more differently than I do, but actually he did right there what I like to do, and what I also think is a bit of a problem with the Kyoshin is that his zone is very differable. It's a very pronounced animation. It's the same as Orochi's. And with the VG, you can just react to things like this with the VG full block. You bind it, which leads to some really high punishes. Every time he goes to that zone, it's a heavy parry punish. You get 20 guaranteed damage into unreactable mix-ups. The VG also has 20 HP advantage over the Kyoshin. I do think it's a very, very rough matchup for the Kyoshin, but again, I guess it kind of comes down to just how good people are dealing with the Kyoshin currently. People are struggling, and a beautiful light parry. That is one thing about the Varangian Guard that is a bit of a problem, is that she has some of the easiest to differ lights in the game. She has a very large shield, and the problem with characters that have crushing counters, it's the same with Warlord and Blackfire as well, is that their shields actually glow a really bright white whenever they throw out their lights. So you can literally just watch the shield when it glows white, and then just simply move your guard in the direction of the red indicator on reaction to the white appearing to quite easily differ those light attacks out of neutral on the VG.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, vanar tried to put up as much of a fight as he could in that round, but I think early on, getting just completely baited out by the whiff zone into full block from Immortal and maybe mental boomed him a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I think that this matchup overall is going to play a fair bit slower, or at least less of a blow your health bar up style, just because there's not a Shaolin in the lobby, and he is a character who really likes to play fast. He's got a lot of offense and chain, where both of these characters are just getting in, fair chunks of damage in neutral. They get a punish in, they parry a light, they parry a heavy, they full block you. Maybe they land a bash at some point. But yeah, these are definitely going to be slightly longer matches. Of course, not like any old Lawbringer matchups we may have seen, but we can see Immortal gets him with the chain unblockable mix-up here, and vanar is low on health, but Immortal's got to watch his stamina. He does get kicked out of stamina, and now vanar's got to try to make the most of this, but I mean, he doesn't really get in enough damage to make this round look a ton better for him. He rolls now, is able to block it by the time Immortal reacts, and there we go, that one last read for Immortal picks up the second round for him.
Nice apparently unblockable there to cinch the round. Lemon gonna go in the lead 2-1. The first time with this particular matchup he's been able to get out in the lead. But still, the games look kind of close. vanar doesn't look like he's able to super consistently react to the VG unblockable heavies, which is honestly a huge differentiating factor with the VG on how effective the character can be. If you can't react to the Varangian Guard heavies, they are an incredibly scary tool, because you can't utilize dodge attacks against them, because the VG can just react to you dodge attacking into the heavies to avoid the heavies with a full block, which then just results in another 20 damage into more unreactable offense. However, nice whip punish by vanar here. However, I feel like vanar is throwing out too many dodgeable heavies. He doesn't seem to be going for that many bait guard breaks or baiting out crushing counters, and he's been getting punished a lot in both matchups, both Shaolin and against the Varangian Guard, because he's just letting those undodgeables rip quite consistently. I feel like he needs to maybe just throw out a little bit less, maybe go for some more bait guard breaks, maybe just go for some more chain bashes. Did try to react to that one there, just saw the indicator come up, wasn't able to react to it in time. Does get baited into the pass flow, into the light, gets parried as well. Lemon really starting to look like he's getting into this matchup now. He's on the front foot, a full block, gets the walls flat into the side heavy, and Lemon is now up 4-1. Oh my goodness, this is not looking good for vanar.
Yeah, and if you're talking about vanar using Kyoshin's blockable offense, I mean, you have to consider that VG has some of the best defense against blockable offense in the game. She's got the full block as well as the crushing counter on all of her dodge attacks. I mean, she's just got so many tools to be able to deal with it. So I think I think you're on the right track here with trying to maybe use his UBs a little bit more. Or, I mean, if Immortal is just going to whiff GBs right in his face, that'll work too for damage.
Nice parry on the dodge forward like that, gets the heavy parry punish, baits out the dodge attack, goes for the feint guard break, but this time London's actually throwing the dodge attack to beat out the feint guard break. About 8 HP, vanar just get the reaction. Down to 6 HP, just below 2 bars now. Good read, nice read by Lemon though, into the light to beat out the feint guard break, lets him block her, and another one. Just look at the damage that Varangian Guard is pumping out on those top unblockables. That is so much damage, and obviously, as I was saying, every time one of those unblockable heavies land, you get stuck into another unreactable mix-up. So you just get stuck in this potentially infinite chain until he runs out of stamina. And Varangian Guard, it's not uncommon to see a VG take off 2/3 of someone's HP in just one series of mix-ups, as you just saw happen there. vanar was looking comfortable, he had the HP lead, he was doing well. All of a sudden, 2 top unblockable heavies and bad reads into the VG mix-ups later, and he's dead, lying on the floor, and picks up his first loss of the day.
Yeah, I didn't think the VG chain headbutt was as much of a threat as I suppose it is, which definitely enables the VG to just keep absolutely destroying your health bar there.
It's definitely one of the things about the Varangian Guard. As I mentioned as well, if you can't react to the unblockable heavies, you can't even utilize dodge attacks into the offense. So for players who are more, read focused, who don't rely on their reactions as much, it's an absolute nightmare of a character. I think it's possibly the character that has the biggest kind of like differential between like how good the character is, depending on whether you're playing against a player who has reactions or not. If you're playing against someone who has reactions, the character like drops a bit further down and like into the A tier. But Varangian Guard against someone who can't react easily pushes into the S tier just because of how insanely strong those unblockables are, considering you don't have the defensive tool like a dodge attack to utilize like you do against pretty much every other character in the game.
Yeah, I think probably match 8 is our best bet at this point. It'd be really nice if we could catch at least one of those games there with Kinu and Blitz.
Okay. We go ahead and get that loaded in the pipe. All right. There we are. We don't have a reported score for this one, but we ball. Go ahead and...
It is a Blitz banned Afira and Kino banned PK. I mean, it's always going to be either PK or BP ban against Blitz in my experience.
Strange, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, you actually probably would have anticipated a Warden ban, but as I actually stated in, I think when I was commentating with you before, is that Blitz is actually kind of known more now as a bit of a BP monster. I think that's actually the character that a lot of people are most afraid about when it comes to Blitz, followed by his Beastkeeper. So, it looks like we're going to have a Shaolin versus TND for the first round of this matchup. This is going to be quite interesting. I would have thought that this would be slightly TND favourite. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, I expect we'll see a lot of Shaolin today. I did not expect we'd see a Blitz Tiandi. Have you seen him play any of this character?
Oh, he is very experienced with this Tiandi. He's played him a lot. Like, even like right after the bash changes to sped up the neutral bash, has actually played quite a bit against this Tiandi. He's very experienced with the character, and he's very good with the character as well. So, if I had to put money on this one, I would definitely anticipate Blitz to win. But Kino is very experienced in the Shaolin as well. I've also played into him quite a few times on it, and he is very, very good with the character. But I would still definitely give Blitz the edge here.
Yeah, fair enough. And I mean, it looks like he's got this round here. There goes the 400 millisecond light. Takes out Kino in this first round. And we have sideline report from Odd Mojo that it is 1-0 in games to Blitz already, so we'll count on that.
Round 2.
So
I assume that means he's burned the BP at this point.
I would have thought so, yes, because you mentioned he had the PK ban, right? So it definitely, I would have thought would have been BP in the first round. It definitely seems to be his most comfortable character. Beautiful Russian counter by the TND here. Nice, base out the parry as well. He knows anticipating a 400 MS life. Good read. New Blitz was on stamina, so he was less likely to dodge there. Base out the dodge as well with the feint on the sweep. Nice, little delay on the interrupt. New Blitz is going to press a button to use on stamina. Base down, nice parry on the dodge forward heavy as well. Our totals very equal here. Very slight advantage for Blitz. Oh, beautiful parries. One mix up away from death here. Nice, doesn't bite, but he does the abash on Blitz. He's got 2-0 here. And the TND proving to be a menace. Do feel like into this particular matchup, I feel like a good strength of the TND is going to be being able to get those crushing counters on those Shaolin dodge attacks. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think the Shaolin dodge attacks are 600 MS. So it's easier. There's a bit more time for the TND to get those dodge cancel crushing counters, as you just saw there on the bash. And you can see already the Shaolin down to about just under 60 HP, in fact, just below 50 HP, below 50 now. And the dodge forward mix-ups proving to be a nightmare for the Shaolin here. Blitz still over 100 HP. Kino just doing it.
Yeah, I mean, he just has to respect Blitz dodging forward every time. He has to make a read. Is he going to dodge forward light? He makes the right read there. Now he's got a chance to get in his own offense. This is what Shaolin is known for. But Blitz just still has so much HP. He's not able to claw that much health back in the round, but Yeah, like you said, Blitz with the Tiandi against Shaolin matchup, you're able to just forward dodge, and your opponent has to make a read. Are you going to bash? Or are you going to forward dodge light? Is it an empty dodge? Are you trying to bait something out? It's just feeling really unfortunate, which for the Shaolin's case at least, which is not how things go a lot for Shaolin.
Nice first blood. Does actually go in the way of Kino, but Blitz actually ends up taking the HP, gets him down to half HP again. And generally, honestly, I feel like even after the nerfs, he still has one of the best faintable bashes in the game as well, with the faintable kick now. Also has 130 HP, so he doesn't have a low amount of HP. And again, look at the crushing counters. Look at the value that Blitz has been getting off of those crushing counters on those whiffed bashes into this matchup. It makes the offense so much stronger because it adds extra layers to the read. Like, you don't simply make a read on whether he's going to bash or not and you get a confirmed punish. You then also have to make a read. Is he going to dodge attack into my dodge? So because there's an extra layer of read, the risk reward is so much better for the TN, because if he just simply makes one correct read out of 2 opportunities, the TN is going to end up on top, which makes the offense so strong. And as you saw again with the fatal kick, gets another crushing counter. And oh my goodness, I think Kino's staring down the barrel of a flawless round here.
Broad check. Oh no!
My goodness. Just to rub a bit of salt into the wound, the final round is indeed a flawless. And I tell you what, after a performance like that, I think Blitz is making a statement. He wants that 1v1 FOF title.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're an opponent watching this right now, I mean, it almost makes you a little concerned about playing Shaolin into him, right? Because you could find yourself on the opposite end of the Shaolin Tiandi matchup, which, I mean, from what we've just seen, I mean, Shaolin is an incredible 1v1 character, definitely one of the best, but that does not look like a fun matchup to play into.
I feel like that's kind of the state of For Honor 1v1 meta now compared to like a lot of previous years, right? Is that it is a lot more matchup dependent. A lot of characters now, like even if they're really, really strong, there are going to be certain characters that just have a very favorable matchup in them. I think a big one, for example, is obviously Vrangengard, considered to be a very strong character. However, there's another strong character that kind of dog walks the matchup, especially for reaction players, which is Warmonger. Obviously, because of the extremely strong heavy parry punish on the Warmonger, it means the Varangian's offense is a lot riskier to use. Because of the 1v1 ranked maps being much smaller, it's much easier to get those wall splats off the parry punishes, and the VG also has a lot of recovery on the dodge forward bash, so it's quite easy to use the side dodge attack on the Warmonger at a distance where you're not going to get guard broken out of it, space, and to punish those whiff bashes, those huge recoveries with the 24 damage dodge attacks as well. And there's quite a lot of matchups in the game where it kind of plays a lot. Like, for example, another matchup that Shaolin has that's really rough is the Shigoki matchup, of course, because you can't consistently punish the Shigoki headbutt. And that is a very common thing now with the For Honor 1v1 meta, is it's very matchup dependent.
Okay, I believe round 1 is over. Let's have a look at the final standings. Antonio took out Lisaka Fu 2-0. Chromeheart took out Mina B 2-0.
Whoa.
We watched Lemon. Bean took out Mamba 2-0. H2 took out Piggy 2-0. Bears took out Mr. Lucky 2-0. Washing Plates took out Uncle Rev 2-0. We watched that one. King of Reeds took out UFC 2-0. And Sharo took out Eggin Bowl 2-0. 2-0s everywhere.
I'm going to have to just tell you, do not refer to Tote as the King of Reeds. He goes by the moniker of Tonos now. So,
oh,
God.
Oh, joy. I just finished scribbling out my notes for King of Reeds. Now I have to do it again. Pain and suffering.
Yeah, also just an update that I think is going to make a couple people happy. Chromeheart managed to 2-0 Mina B because Chromeheart is Tuba Tremor.
Oh, Chromeheart is Tuba?
Oh, let's go, my boy. Tuba is in the tournament.
Oh, yeah. The name should never stop playing.
Yes. All right. Fantastic. Okay. Hopefully, Mustelino didn't uninstall already because he's still in with a shot of Qualifier.
All right. Oh yeah, Straw Baby. I've got all of the For Honor stuff in the background, and Bards of Wyvendale came up for the event music. Yeah, I've got like almost everything in here technically, so I could just go for some of the stupid stuff if I want. I know apparently someone liked the, Kyria one, so I'll whack that one back on for a bit. But yes. So, round 2, in theory, should be coming up shortly. And it is! Okay, hold up, round 2. Also, I have been reliably informed that apparently the timer for today is kind of irrelevant. So, ya yeet. Ya yeet.
Ya yeet.
Yeet and be gone. Also, be gone and be gone. Okay. Timer not really relevant today. We're good. I have been corrected once again, as usual, because I am this stupid. Let's see here. Round 2. We've got Rev, Vanlar, Antonio Chromeheart. Okay. Eggimbol, Lisakafu, Lucky Kinu, UFC, Mina B. There's Immortal. Ewop Lemon. What are we thinking here, Jones? Oh, hang on, chat. Hang on. Oh, before you say anything, chat's saying Ewop Lemon. Chat is saying Ewop Lemon.
Yeah, that sounds very interesting to me.
All right. So, it looks like it's going to be a run back on watching Lemon, but now it's going to be Lemon and Ewop. Okay. And yes, Setmix is weighing in as well. All right. The peanut gallery has decided. That's the word. Let me go ahead and get this loaded.
We need to start placing some bets. Is Lemon going to continue being as dominant as he has been both in the fourth qualifier and the first game today? Or is Ewop going to prove that he doesn't actually have the mental fortitude of a wet paper bag and actually going to come out and take the W?
All right, so that's going to be the one we're going to be watching here. Now, one person says 6. What match was 6? I love... Multiple people said 6, I think. Wait, hang on a minute. Have I gotten the right game? Have I been stupid?
6 is Ewop and Lemon.
Okay, 6 is Ewop and Lemon. All right, I'm being one guide by chat. Okay. Let me line up Lemon. Oh, we already have an I. Let's go. All good, weird. We're both mutually stupid. It's okay. Yo! Old school matchups. Hold the phone. We've got Shugo Warlord on deck.
Yeah, and Warlord is one of those characters who is being praised as a character who does not care about matchups. I mean, we've been talking a little bit earlier about matchups today, and how matchup dependent 1v1s is right now, how much of an effect the matchup has on how well you're able to play in the game, versus in years past especially. But Warlord, he doesn't care who he's fighting. It's practically, a 4-6, 6-4, 5-5 matchup every time. He just does not give a damn what you're doing.
Nice, really good read on the chain heavy there. That's a really good punish you can do into the Warlord. If he's trying to throw out those chain heavies, wants to get a little bit of chip, he is actually guard break punishable if you dodge them. But nice, he goes for it again, does take the heavy, but does get a little bit of chip. He's going to be down to about 60 HP here, but does catch it. He's not going to get the stamina drain here, too far away, but will get the side heavy. Health total very even. Headbutt going to put the Warlord just slightly ahead. Right, good read by Lemon there. Nice buffered heavy to hyper armor trade, but that side dodge headbutt going to catch. Makes the read that he's going to feint there to try and get the guard break, but Lemon just lets the heavy rip. Really good read into Lemon, into Ewop there, and he is going to take the first round into this matchup. And as you were saying about the Warlord, it's kind of like the problem with the Warlord character, right? Is that, like you were saying, he doesn't really have any unfavorable matchups, but at the same time, he doesn't really have any matchups he dog walks either. He doesn't have matchups that are easy, that are 7-3, 8-2. So it's very much a character you can just pick, and just be comfortable with it. Know that you're not gonna be on the back foot. You're not gonna struggle. At the very least, you're gonna be in with a fighting chance, which is why I think a lot of people like playing the character. And oh my goodness, Lemon's reads have been so on point in this round. He made about 3 to 4 reads in a row, completely out-reading Ewop. Took him down to almost death with one stamina bar, and as soon as he got his stamina bar back, out-read him again. And I'm kind of worried that Ewop might already be mentally crumbling here.
Well, this timeline's about to crumble, Clutch, because we've been told in chat this round we're going to watch doesn't count. Moreover, it doesn't exist, because apparently round 1 is still going, and I've been told to back out of this.
I see. Huh?
Apparently, Sharo misreported their game, and that one is still going. So, yeah, of course, that might potentially affect things. So, yeah, I guess we need to go back and watch that one, if I'm reading what Nutella said correctly. Yeah, I did clarify. Okay, so...
Shame on Sharo, shame.
No, I don't think it's on Sharo. I think it's Egg did not check in, so Battlefy just auto-reported the score.
Okay, here we are, yeah. Round 2's gone now. You see, this bracket doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, so we technically need to quote-unquote go back and look at Egg and Bowl Sharo. Sharo's still in this game, but it's 4-4. Okay, if I absolutely go fast, I might be able to get this.
Maybe this is actually a blessing in disguise for ewop with how one-sided those games were looking into Lemon Shigoki there.
Yeah, maybe he rolls better RNG on his real opponent.
Okay, recent position. This is the case for recent position. So, let's see what's going on.
Round 6.
Round 6, okay. Let's see what's going on. We already got a wacky start today, folks. But we're in from recent position. Here we go.
Yeah, this is the first JJ we've seen today. What do you think of this in ones?
Yeah, it's interesting because the character, he's not insane, but I have seen a few of the top 1v1 saying that into this particular meta that the Gendron is actually pretty good. That, yeah, he might not be the strongest 1v1 character in the game, but he does really well into the characters that are like being played a lot by a lot of characters at the moment. So it's not overly surprising to see him play. Plus, I know Egg and Bowl does have a really good Gendron, so this, like, I guess this could be seen as somewhat comfortably. So it doesn't overly surprise me to see it being played. He still has, you know, he's got 140 HP, he's got really strong unblockables, you know, he's got like 30 damage off unblockable, which is very difficult to react. Definitely one of the harder unblockables to react to in the game. And with that 140 HP, all with good punishes, you always have a chance, you know, if your opponent's not on point with his reactions, you may really agree with him. And you also, of course, make a couple of mistakes extra because of the 140 HP and the high damage he deals.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like Shaolin was able to take that last one there. A bit close of a matchup, but this is, I would assume, 1-1 based on time. But, I mean, it could, yeah, who knows, really? I mean, one of them didn't even check in, so there's no way.
Yeah, we're in a weird scenario, so until I see otherwise, I'm assuming it's 0-0.
Yeah, and Shaolin is really using the zone out of neutral a lot to just make sure the JJ's not able to use his dodge attack as a way to, like, initiate his chains. And it's gotten the JJ out of stamina at this point. And yeah, back against a wall, very low on HP. The Shaolin does run himself out of stamina, but honestly, he has so much health. Doesn't get the light parry because the JJ was in his heavy, wasn't able to feint in time to actually parry it. And there we go, the chain Shaolin light gets us into the final round here.
I'm being reliably informed by field side reporter Asra. It's apparently 1-0 to Sharo.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the Shaolin Zone is a really good tool to utilize to basically punish a side dodge on forward dodge movement, and also to counter a dodge attack attempt, right? So let's say if you go for a dodge forward and dodge guard break, take her out. A dodge attack is going to beat out both the bash and the guard break, whereas if you dodge into the zone, yes, it's less damage, but you punish someone if they are either just empty dodging or going into a dodge attack, so that's why a lot of Shaolin people use it. However, Egg and Bowl down for about bar now, he's on 1 HP, makes a bad read into the sweep, and Sharo is going to be able to take it in a nail-biting neck and neck, going down to the final round, slobber knocker. And Sharo, after having such a good performance in the qualifier, where he managed to qualify, is continuing that good run of form, and I'm happy to see it because he's someone he's a very good 1v1er. He's quite well known in the 1v1 scene. You know, he scrims quite a lot. He's been in the Coliseum a lot, but isn't really looked at being one of the top 1v1ers. So I'm hoping he makes a good performance for himself today because he's a really nice guy and he is genuinely a very skilled player.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's made strides toward proving how great of a 1v1 player he is. Especially beating ewop in the second qualifier. I mean, I think we all remember the hairdryer incident where Totemine managed to beat ewop, but that was only enabled because Sharo beat him in the round previous.
Okay, so in theory, round 1 has now just effectively finished. So round 2 should be coming up here shortly. If I'm interpreting what happened with that situation, but we should hopefully have that to come up soon. But we can take a second and look at the round 1 standings now that we actually have a moment to, and that we know for sure that the round 1 is done now. Come on, Battlefy, please. I beg. I plead. Also, no more whispers from Ikiri. Knight's Promises. The GOAT. There we are. So. As long as Battlefy actually loads. Come on. Chop, chop. We have a bracket to look at. This is definitely not an ominous omen for today. Please. Go quick. There we go. Right. So. This is the standings. All of what happened before stands, alongside now Sharo having beat Egg in Bowl 2-0. The Lobster. Hey, Lobster. I demand to see more Lawbringer. You definitely will be seeing more Lawbringer, Lobster. I can 100% guarantee you of that the further we get in, because Lawbringer, one of the best characters in 1v1 right now. So, like, that is going to be guaranteed, effectively. If we don't see a Lawbringer on stream, it'll be because he's banned, and there's not much we can do there. Because players do get the ban options, of course.
Now, the interesting question is that matchup finished 2-0, right? Which is what was originally reported by accident, I think, to Sharo. So does that mean we just end up with the same matchups regardless?
Yeah, and in theory, we could solve the problem that Creature was having, which was that matchup got stolen away, so we could actually get that timeline back.
Yeah, that is if that's what admins are going for, / if they saved what the matchups were.
We'll have to wait on the results from that. Unfortunately, Battlefy should live update as we go, so it should be okay. I say. Technically, Lemon
got robbed of 2 rounds. No, he got a free ego boost is what happened there. Let's correct that.
He got 2 rounds of info gathering. Alright. So yeah, we're just waiting on for this to update. Oh, let me actually just... Can I extend that out? No, that doesn't work. It is what it is. So yeah, we're doing our best right now, trying to keep the show relatively rolling as relatively cleanly as we can, but in this kind of scenario, sometimes things happen. It is what it is. So we'll just keep things moving. We've got round 2 coming up here shortly, hopefully. As long as everything goes nice and quick and no one does anything silly, we should be able to do that. Not gonna lie, match should start from 3-0 then. I would recommend taking it up with the admins then, Creature. Us 3 on the desk, we aren't admins. I'm sorry. So, also I'm in the wrong disc. There we are. We're just gonna wait for that bracket, for that round to be seeded, and we should be good to go. Though, if we're talking about Lawbringer for a second, the picks, Lawbringer's gonna have essentially 100% pick ban, or close to 100% pick ban presence, right? Like guaranteed.
I wouldn't say it at 100%. I mean, there are definitely players who don't play LB and don't necessarily have a major problem playing against LB, so they might not ban him. I'd say maybe closer to 70-80, but the good thing is, I believe the admins are going to run back. Also Battlefy is having a seizure, it seems.
Yes.
I believe we're going to have full pick ban data from this after the fact, so we can figure out exactly the popularity of banning and picking certain characters, their success rates, all that stuff.
By the way, Blitz and H didn't get the memo. They're still playing. God damn it. Of course. Oh, hello,
create
Noble.
Another deviant timeline.
Oh, we have bracket. Okay. Oh, it's a new timeline. Okay, we have new bracket.
Oh, we've got Lemon versus Bean this time around.
Oh my god.
Okay, is there any match stronger than this lineup?
I don't think there is.
No.
Although the two brothers facing off against
Yeah.
one another, Mina B and vanar, seem like an interesting game, but I don't think it's interesting enough to take me away from the Lemon Bean game.
Yeah, I think first priority is Lemon Bean, and then hopefully the Mina B and vanar game gets stalled for eternity. They run around pillars and stuff, and we can catch that.
The Russian team kill. All right, let me go ahead and get that plugged into my scoreboard program. There we are. We have figured out the next game. I can go ahead and change the ticker. Immortalim versus...
Immortalim says, I guess I go from 3-0 to fighting this kid.
I'm sorry.
Hey, better now than later? Question mark.
What a tootie. Hello, Waloosh. Nice to see you. How are you doing?
Yeah, new brackets, Sharo. What happened was Egg and Bowl did not ready up for last round, so it made it look like the round was over. Round 2 started, and then got pruned once everybody figured out that Egg and Bowl is a doofus. Love you, but please ready up. So yeah, we've set up a new timeline here. This one's real. You can play your match now.
Their computer blue screen, not their fault. Ah, okay. Fair play. Okay, understood. Great. The Lobster says, great that Jones is here. Always nice to see crustacean representation in the comp scene.
Yeah, faux show. I'll even take that from a lobster. That's how nice I'm feeling today.
Can we just fire Jones? I'm sure things will be fixed then. Y'all.
Let me just,
You're going to be
there
shot.
we go.
There we go.
That's better.
Yeah, you immediately shot.
I don't know what he thought was going to happen. Okay, and Memes is immediately contesting my decision. Interesting.
All right. We are in. First game of round 2. Bean versus Immortalim. The Shaman Tiendi.
Yeah, this, I don't know how this matchup specifically goes, but I will say I saw Bean play in a few sets last night, and his Shaman looks disgusting. I thought it would have a very high ban rate today from those who know, but like, this character, what Bean is able to do with her, it just doesn't look human. Like, honestly, less favorable than fighting into like his LB or his Athera or any other number of good chards he has. It just feels almost impossible to watch.
Bean's always had a really strong shaman, but I've not actually seen him play it recently, so I'm not sure. I'm really not sure what to expect from him.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Immortalim is one of the other favorites to take it today, but here we go, the light parry while Immortalim's bleeding. That is a clean kill right there for being in this first round. And yeah, I mean, Immortalim, you got to do like a mental reset here after, you know, you thought you had a free W against ewop, but now you're facing Bean, the dual frenzy champion. And I mean, what do we think of the Tiendi versus Shaman matchup in this case?
It's quite an interesting one because Shaman, if she just have a bleed applied to her opponent, has extremely strong punishes, and there's a lot of opportunities for her to, you know, land guard breaks on at the ending. So she has a lot of opportunities to get her bleed bite should the opponent be bleeding. And she's going to have opportunities, especially when Bean is so good at reacting as well, to parry the forward with MS lights, to parry the dodge forward lights. However, Lemon coming up with a really dominant round in round number 2 there. But the Shaman's going to have a lot of opportunities to get the bleeds and also to get those bites in this particular matchup.
Round 3.
Although I can't imagine it being like a favored matchup for either side, really. I feel like this is probably a very even matchup, which is basically going to come down to whoever plays better.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly Shaman has a lot of tools, but I would say one of the more scary ones in general is her ability to, you know, back dodge into her bash and then, you know, turn that into some damage and get into maybe a mix-up while you're bleeding. But against Tiendi, where you're able to just forward dodge light and it's always going to track, I feel like that's really lessened in its effectiveness. I mean, you lose part of that utility Shaman has, and you can see Immortalim just chasing Bean all over the map here with 3 forward dodge lights in a row. And I think that's maybe one of the strengths that Tiendi has in this matchup if you are going to try to figure out a way that Tiendi maybe has a bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, Lemon making some really good offensive reads at the end of that round, knowing that Bean wasn't going to anticipate him to go for that dodge forward light 3 times back to back to back. And he's been making really good reads on these fainted kicks as well. I swear he's at least got like an 80% success rate on these offensive reads going into the kick, which is really impressive. He's also making really good reads going into these bleed stabs. Bean does finally get the bleed applied though. He's going to be healing up, getting those 4 HP per attack heals, which makes the double lights much better health swings. Gets a double light, goes for the mix-up, baits out the parry. Doesn't make the right read on the guard break though, was anticipating Lemon to do some counter neutral thing like a dodge attack. Both people sitting on very equal amounts of HP here. It's a very close round. Nice read by Lemon, gets a side dodge light into the forward demo light, being down to about a bar of HP. The zone just connects, gets a bleed. Well, that's huge for the zone. Just connect, doesn't go for the guard break, and Lemon also not biting there. Just catch him with the light, gets another bleed stab. Lemon is bleeding out, but at the end, he's got the offense here. And there it is, he's actually gonna get him before he bleeds out, and that's exactly what I was saying previously. Lemon's reads on offense have been so on point in these past couple of rounds. He just knows he seems to know what Bean is going to do on defense, and he knows exactly how to counter it every time. And now Lemon, 3-1 here.
Yeah, I mean, I know these two. Oh, that's a free bite right there. I know these two played against each other for a bit last night. And it seems like these reads are only going in favor of Immortal thus far, but I mean, I say that and immediately Bean just lands a ton of damage off of the whatchamacallit, the soft feint into bleed there. And Immortalum's now, you know, chilling at 2 bars. He's got to be careful here. I mean, he's got very safe offense, but I mean, Shaman is going to blow you up any mistake you make.
Yeah, Bean seems to be doing a good job here of playing around the potential defensive tools of the Tiendi. Instead of going for the higher damage punishes, but that require more specific reads, he's going for like the side dodge into those delayed lights to catch the side dodges, and also to avoid the crushing counter windows of the side dodge lights, so he can punish, you know, 2 potential actions in one. Yes, he might be getting less damage for it, but he's playing it safe. So Bean is adapting pretty well here. Did really well in that round as well. Had a huge HP lead. Baits out the parry attempts as well. Gets weak fight. And now this is going to be scary for Lemon. But again, offensive reads on point. It's almost like he doesn't even acknowledge he is bleeding by the Shaman here. He's keeping Bean on the back foot so he can't capitalize with that bleed applied. He's got a huge HP lead here. He's got Bean below the bar already, but Bean makes a good read on the guard.
Oh.
Bite wasn't anticipating the guard break. You actually probably would have landed the bite there if you just let it rip, but Lemon's reads has been so on point in these first 6 rounds, and now Lemon is going to have 3 round points here.
Yeah, and the Tiandang really speaks for itself. I mean, he's feeling himself after that one. And I think you can tell a lot about the way a player approaches the game from how they react when they get bled by a Shaman. Do they, you know, absolutely panic, start pressing every button on their controller? Do they sit there and just stare at you, no respect at all? Do they go into their own, trying to get into their own chain? And I mean, you could see Lemon just does not respect Bean's offense at all, even when he's bleeding, it looks like. And I mean, here again, he's bleeding, and I mean, you've got to be careful not to throw like a forward dodge light or anything, because of course you get light parried and you're instantly bit. It's a 50 HP swing if they've got health to heal. But I mean, yeah, like I said, it just doesn't seem like Immortalum really respects Bean, even when he's bleeding.
Well, I guess it's kind of like that old saying, isn't it? The best form of defense is a good offense, and if you are bleeding, if you're on the front foot and you're making the Shaman react to you, she isn't able to go for her bite mix-up. She isn't able to pressure you with these extremely high damage swing mix-ups. But nice throw onto the wall there with the top heavy. Unfortunately, the 400 MS light connects, but is damage reducted because of the second hit on the rolls on. Oh, but beautiful crushing counter there. Wasn't able to get a crushing counter off there, but just get a parry on the unblockable this time around. It's quite impressive that he still goes for the parry punish there, because Bean actually baited him into parrying quite a few times in the round. Lemon's still going for it, gets the parry, but Benny is going to keep himself in with a shot of winning this matchup here. Brings it back to 3-4, but still a very close round. Bean on about like 26, 27 HP. These rounds are just going pretty much neck and neck here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really interesting matchup the more we watch it, and I mean, especially in the context of these players where Immortalum is getting so aggressive even when he is bleeding. It's interesting how, I mean, of course, once you are bleeding, getting a light parried becomes basically death in the round for you. It's a 50 HP swing. And so one of Tiani's better tools to deal with Shaman's back dodge bash, which of course then becomes a bite, is lessened, because once you get parried like this, it's a 50 HP swing, and Bean is looking like he's gonna take this round now easily. There's the back dodge bash, and he just needs one more soft feint bleed, or a heavy out of neutral will do it, and Bean takes it to the final round.
Yeah, the side dodge light there, cancelling the dodge frames on the dodge there, so he was able to catch him with that side heavy, but yes, 50 HP swing is such a ridiculously strong house swing, particularly in this meta where damage has been toned down quite a lot for a lot of characters. Like, getting the 35 damage, the 15 HP heal old Bean here, is he having some kind of problems? Seems like it.
Oh.
Okay, he's locked back on, so I assume everything's okay. Bit confusing, but as I was saying, the such an insane house swing to be able to land in a round. Like, honestly, unless you're heavily behind, if you land a bite in one round, you should be looking to win the round, because 35 damage into a 15 HP heal is so huge. Even if you don't land any other damage on a bleeding target, it gives the Shaman 135 basically effective HP, which is almost as much as like a Warlord or like a Shigoki or a Lawbringer, that's a lot of HP that he's playing around with. Oh, beautiful reactions. He's going to get the 50 HP swing again here. Another 35 damage, 15 HP. And now, literally, whereas Lemon looked like he had a good health lead there, he's immediately on the back foot now. Baits out though. He's one mix-up away from winning here. B keeps trying to bait out these side dodge lights, but Lemon's just not going for them. Nice baits out the zone, but he wasn't anticipating Lemon to go for back-to-back zones. Beats out the guard break attempt, and Lemon punches out, but my goodness, how close was that round? Even the final round went down to Lemon having half a bar of HP remaining. What a nail biter.
Yeah, Bean looked ice cold there in the final seconds of that, but just the one zone from Immortal made that final right offensive read, and he picks up the first game, and maybe on path to, I mean, it's hard to even call it an upset. So many of these top players are so close, but I mean, certainly this is his greatest opposition in the tournament, and it'd be really nice to take Bean down this early.
All right, 1-0 to Lemon in round 2 of the Swiss bracket. Everyone coming on in. I see we're hovering just around the 150-ish viewer mark. Pleasure to see you all turning up here for the closed qualifier round of the 1v1 leg of friend or foe. And now we go into the second game in this set. Immortal Lim on game point, going up against, going with the Shigoki, Bean opting to stay on the Shaman.
This is going to be another interesting matchup as well. If Bean tries to react to Shigoki heavies with deflex, Shigoki is going to be able to hyper armor trade, which then creates like a lot of extra reads for the Shaman to think on defense. Shigoki in general, I think, is widely considered to be an S tier 1v1er, 140 HP, huge punishes. You know, he's got the hug for those 30 HP swings. He can get the Demon Ball with their opponent back to the walls, and he also gets like a free fight or zone on top of them, so it's over a 30 damage punish. But Bean making great reads here, catches the dodge. Oh, but no! He wasn't anticipating the guard break to land. He just missed out on such a huge attempt to equalize the HP totals here. That might just end up giving the round to Lemon. That was a completely changed complexion. Here it is. Those are the reads I was talking about before with those hyper armor trades. Actually lets the zone rip, surprisingly. Some really strange plays coming out by Bean in this round, but he's actually
He's not going to be bleeding.
He's not going to be bleeding, no. That's the third mistake that Bean has made in this round, but the Shigoki is bleeding out here. And unfortunately for Lemon, he's going to need like 3 headbutts to get the kill here, because the headbutt only deals 10 damage. But I can't believe that Bean was actually able to win that round. He made 3 huge mistakes. If any of those mistakes he didn't make, he would have won the round earlier, but he was still able to come out on top, which I guess is just, it's just a great way to show just how well the Bean, I guess, was doing in that round in general. Despite the mistakes, he was still able to come out on top. Baits out the parry from Lemon. He only got a heavy parry, so he wasn't able to get the bite off. He still has him bleeding. He's full HP. He's got the Shigoki down to about 100 HP. Oh, was a little bit slow on the headbutt reaction there. Lemon keeping him on the back foot. He's losing his stamina though, so he's not able to continue going on the front foot. The guard break soft feint saving the Shaman there from the guard break punish on the heavy. Lemon not biting on these unblockables, actually. Doing a really good job of mixing up his parries, because in the previous round with the Tiendi, he was actually doing it a lot. Oh, he's going to get the hug here. This is huge. Going to refill both of their stamina bars and give him a little 10 HP extra heal, 20 damage on the Shaman. Shaman still has the HP lead, though. Sits on about 80 HP, Lemon just over 50. This is a real neck-and-neck round at the moment with the Shigoki. Again, pretty much equalizing the HP totals here. Maybe an extremely slight 1 to 2 HP advantage for the Shaman. Oh, but he catches him with the guard break, attempting to go on that bash offense. Lemon wanted to keep being on the back foot, but the Bite's going to go through it now. He's up to about 70 HP. He gets the bash, he gets the zone, and he's not letting the pressure get to him, Jones. He looks like he definitely does not want to drop this second game.
No, absolutely not. I mean, he's certainly locked in, but I think he also likes this matchup more, if I had to guess. I mean, it just looks like the Shigoki has far fewer tools to actually bring the offense to the Shaman. And Bean likes this style of play where he's able to be the aggressor, and he can just sit there and, I mean, obviously he's not a robot, he can't react to everything, no one can, but I think he likes really being able to use this back dodge pressure here. I mean, we can see a lot of damage being generated from it already. And yeah, I mean, there we go. He gets Bean. Bean gets him in the GB, and now he's bleeding, but he's got less tools to keep himself safe than Tiandi, I would say. But honestly, he's doing a really solid job so far. He's not really letting Bean get into that bite pressure, chasing him down. I mean, even throwing a couple lights, which are very risky to do while you're bleeding. But once again, he gets bled. The question is, can Bean really capitalize on it? He gets GB'd, and this is going to reset some of that health. And
that's
now both players are barred.
That's a huge hug, because that actually puts him out of the zone range off of the bash, and Lemon going to be able to secure the round with the headbutt. I think that was quite an important round for Lemon there, because if he was to lose that, he'd go down 3-0. Bean would have such a huge advantage, which I think starts playing into the mental game a little bit, but winning that game there, I think was actually huge for Lemon.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, parries the forward dodge heavy off rip. And now, do you think that the walls have any impact here? I mean, I'm speaking especially of Shigoki. Oh, he's getting bit here. This is not the grandest start. But do you think the walls really have any effect?
Before I get onto that, that was a great play by Bean, going for the deflect and then dodging the follow-up chain heavy, getting the guard break punish on the recovery to get that bite. Bean just so locked in with this, but I think I would say it probably actually helped the Shigoki more than the Shaman on the walls nearby. It's not just the hug. As I was mentioning it, oh, beautiful, utilizing the footsies on that back dodge bash to get the wolf flat into the heavy. Bean just really good in this round. Really good to see. He's not letting the first loss get into his head. But it definitely benefits Shigoki more, because not only because of the hug, but because of the Demon Ball and guard break. It's a lot easier to get your opponents in a situation where you can get the guaranteed life, you can get the guaranteed zone, for example, off of the like you can get the like 30+ damage on the zone and light confirmed punishes off of the Demon Ball, and for 140 HP character, having a punish off of a guard break that does that much damage is kind of insane.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh, Bean doesn't go for the bleed there because Immortal's so low. I guess he'd rather just take the straight up damage. And Immortal does seem to be bleeding out. He's going for a Demon's Embrace, Hail Mary. It's not going to happen. It's 4-1 at this point. I think really one of the biggest differentiators here is that Immortal on Shigoki doesn't have a ton to stop Bean from doing what he wants to do best, which is just back dodge into that bash mix-up. There's just really nothing that Shigoki has, like on the scale of Tiandi, where, you know, you could forward dodge light, it's undodgeable, and you could stop someone from doing exactly this, where Bean is just going to sit back all day, back dodge, and hopefully, you know, he lands one, gets a zone off. Dodge attack out of neutral doesn't help his health bar here, but I mean, it really helps you to get into your bleed pressure. And Shigoki just doesn't necessarily have great tools to stop Bean from doing it as much as he wants, but he's looking good in this round so far.
He definitely is, but one thing Lemon's been doing really well is he has been making really good reads into those dodge attacks Bean's been doing into the hyper armor. For example, usually, like, if he goes for the dodge attack, if he doesn't throw out, like, an attack after it, he can be vulnerable to the guard break, so he has to throw out chain heavy if he anticipates Lemon going for the guard break. However, Lemon's not been getting caught out. Whenever he's gone for the heavy to beat out a guard break, he's been letting the heavy rip, and whenever he hasn't gone for the chain heavy, Lemon's been landing those guard breaks. So Lemon has been coming out on top of those reads. But despite that, Bean is still looking so strong in this particular matchup. It is crazy. Nice. Bean actually doesn't go for a follow bet. He's going to be able to block the follow-up heavy. Lemon on and below 4 bars of HP takes Bean down to 3 bars. Going to have HP here off the Demon Ball. Doesn't have a ton of stamina. He's looking good here, though. Again, he's not feeling the pressure from being down so low. He's going to get deflected. This is where it gets dangerous. He's got to... Oh, I was going to say he's got to wait this out, but I feel like he was just a bit too scared. He wanted to stay on the front foot, go on the front foot there, but wasn't the right play to make. He's down to about 25 HP now. He's 1 mix-up away, 1 bash from Shaman is probably enough to kill with the zone punish, and Bean has 50 HP. That was actually a really good read by Bean. Lemon being low HP, probably didn't anticipate Lemon would go for the parry there, but Lemon just on another level, and there it is, the zone. He is going to be able to lock up the kill, and it's 1 apiece, so we're going into the 3rd game, and this is where things start getting a little nail biting.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly Bean has a wealth of characters to switch to, and he's going to have to. The question is Immortal going to switch? Because, I mean, he can stick on Shigoki. Conquest means that you switch when you win, so he's able to continue playing Shigoki here. But do you see him maybe switching to a different character?
I'm honestly not sure, because the Shigoki is a really strong character, and I think Bean in particular doesn't like playing against the Shigoki. So I wouldn't be shocked if he stays. I can't think of any other character he would pick. Like, I know he likes the Kensei, but he's playing against Bean, so I doubt he's going to bring out the Kensei against Bean, especially in like in this kind of situation where it's going down to the final game. It's like nail-bitingly close. So I really wouldn't be shocked if he stays on Shigoki. I'm going to be interested to see what Bean is going to pick, because he probably also believes there's a good chance that Lemon's going to stick on the Shigoki. So is there a character in his pool that will give himself the best chance against the Shigoki? But then again, I guess you could also say, maybe Lemon knows this. Maybe he knows Bean has a character that he likes to play into the Shigoki, and maybe if that is the case, he might know this ahead of time and then might try to pick a character to snipe that potential counter pick. But I'm honestly not sure if there is a character or not, so I can't really say too much regarding that.
Yeah, well, we'll get to find out right here. Ooh, okay, we got Bean on the Varankian, and Immortal is pulling out the JJ. We saw him practicing it a little bit last night, and it seemed to go a little, I mean, it seemed to go pretty well for him, but, I mean, you're facing into Bean here, and on the Varankian, one of the better 1v1 characters, of course. Is there any, like, matchup-specific things you want to point out immediately here?
Personally, I wouldn't say so. I can't think of anything that the Jang Jun would have that, against the VG specifically, would give him the advantage. I guess in this particular matchup, you know, like characters with dodge attacks can't really use them into the unblockables regardless. So JJ not having a dodge attack to play into the unblockables doesn't really make a difference in the matchup. So that's not exactly a strength of the character in general. I would definitely say this should be a Varangian guard favored matchup, especially considering Bean is one of those players that more than likely can not only react to the unblockable heavy offense of the Jangjun, but I would say he should probably be able to react at least reasonably consistently to whether the neutral heavies are let rip as well, which really heavily shuts down what the JJ can do offensively.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about, I mean, I mentioned this earlier, but when you're talking about blockable or parryable offense, Varangian just has so many tools against it. It just really makes him a brick wall to try to get through. And when you pair that with reactions like Bean has, I mean, you got to really work for every bit of damage you're getting here.
Round 2.
Yeah, I definitely think this is... I would probably say, at the very least, this is probably like a 6.5 to 3.5 for the VG, if not even 7.3. So I'm curious what Lemon was thinking, which character he was anticipating to bring out the JJ, because I really don't think it was the VG specifically he was expecting here, because I don't think he would choose Jang Jun into this.
Honestly, I don't know who he would want to play JJ into, like looking at Bean's character roster of like characters he's expected to choose. I mean, you know, does he like it into the LB? Does he like it into the Aphira? I don't know. But either way, the second round does go toward Bean as well, and it's hard to say exactly how Immortal is going to gain up ground here. I mean, do you think that, you know, he's just going to start playing out of neutral, just kicking him on repeat?
I'm honestly not sure. The only thing I can really say here is that the best thing you could probably do is play more defensively. Maybe try and react to the VG offense to, you know, differ those lights. Because Lemon can't react to UVs very well compared to the top reaction players. But one thing he does do exceptionally well is differ at neutral. And as I was mentioned earlier, VG is definitely one of the easier characters to differ. So maybe you can set on the back foot, bait things out. Oh, he just actually bait a parry attempt. He's going to get the double heavy here. That's definitely going to bring him back into the round. Given the HP, he's about a bar advantage here. But as I was saying, if he plays on the back foot, even, like, yeah, JJ's heavy parry punishes aren't the most insane when it comes to like damage. But the one good thing JJ does have is that when he lands a heavy parry punish, the zone riposte gives JJ an insane amount of frame advantage. Like, I'm pretty sure, I think it gives him the frame advantage where you can actually guard break people with the soft feint out of the dodge attack. So he at least is in a strong position frame advantage wise off those heavy parry punishes, but damage wise it's not an insane amount. But I think the only thing he can do here is, as he's showing, like, if he can't react, he just has to basically out-read Bean, which he's been doing a really good job of. He's been making really good reads on these unblockable heavies with the side dodges, guard breaking those recovery frames, utilizing that Shifu stance to avoid the follow-ups, although Bean was able to hit him out of the unblockable before it actually connected. He's been going for these lights here as well. I think he's, again, kind of like he was with the Shaman, where instead of going for the harder to land, but easier, or like the option to cover a couple of potential actions from the opponent, he's been going just for the lights to catch like potential like dodges, so he's not vulnerable to those guard breaks rather than going, or he's not vulnerable to say like a dodge forward heavy punish on a feint to guard break. But he's been making good use out of these like safer reads. And it's definitely working out well for him here. Lemon really seems to be struggling. Even though he's making some insane reads, he's still finding himself down 3-1 here.
Yeah, and I think toward the end of that last round, it was either 3 or 4 reads in a row, I think like 2 from each player, where they just lighted into UBs on repeat, and I don't believe any of them were ever punished. So I'm wondering if, I mean, obviously it's an interesting thing to do to, you know, see a UB and instead of trying to parry or just sitting there, you just light into it because you try to get a punish yourself. And so I'm wondering if that might get punished here in this next round. You know, both of them seeing how much the other one is prone to doing it based off that last round. Either way, Immortal picks up this one.
A really good read with the dodge forward heavy in that round from Lemon, put him low enough, and then it did another really good read with the zone. Despite it being 600 MS and heavily reactable, he made a good read that Bean was going to push a button there, wanted to guarantee the kill. Maybe he wasn't sure if a light would have been enough, or just didn't want to risk a light parry punish, and the zone didn't end up coming out. But I tell you what, Bean has been landing a lot of these unblockable heavies. Lemon not making the correct reads. It's actually probably the worst reads looked on defense against these blockable heavies. Maybe Bean was like picked up on a pattern, but definitely a lot of damage being landed from them. Lemon finally just get a guard break, but again another unblockable heavy comes out, gets a parry on the zone attack. Bean gets taken down for about 100 HP. The top heavy going to take it down to 3 bars. A very slight HP lead for Bean, but the light's actually going to give Lemon the lead here. Are we seeing Lemon start to come back into the matchup here? Bean, another unblockable heavy. He's below 1 bar. 1 heavy away from death. Baits out the Shifu, gets the heavy. Nice read on the dodge forward heavy as well, and he brings it back to 3 apiece. You gotta think his team maybe sweating a little bit here.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, you mentioned this last round as well, but the success rate on Immortal's forward dodge heavies is ridiculous. I'm not sure he's been punished for that a single time. And every time it's been so much value for him in the round. I mean, both, of course, obviously the attack does damage, who'd have thunk, but I mean, it gets you so much momentum, it gets you into your chain. And I mean, of course, it just feels good to finally make a right read into your opponent, get them a little bit closer to death here. And he's on the wall here. Half HP. This round's already not looking good for him, but Bean is out of stamina. If there's any silver lining, it's not really applicable at this point, though. He's parried, and now you're back into the VG chain offense.
But Lemon making good reads here, again with the dodge forward heavy, really good read into that feint to guard break. No punish on the dodge forward heavy though. I think Bean was expecting a bash, but again baits out the zone. I think Benny was expecting a side dodge, wanted to catch it with the zone there, but Lemon was anticipating it. Nice Shifu gets a punish with the zone. Heavy comes out, we're trying to bait a light parry punish from Bean there, I think. But unfortunately, Bean locked on, reacts to the heavy, gets the punish, gets the kill, and now Bean has 2 game points. After going down 1-0, he stayed strong. He managed to snipe the final matchup with the advantage, and now is he going to be able to make the most of it and get the W?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to drop this early. These are two heavy hitters, both favorites to qualify today, if you ask me. But one of them is taking their first loss right here. Bean whiffs a guard break in neutral. Not the way you want to start this round. But he does then get the GB. Another GB. He's got to watch his stand now. The offense goes over to Immortal, who's getting into his own chain mix.
Got to say that the reads by Bean and the conditioning were really good in this round. He's baited Lemon, going for a lot of these, like thinking he wasn't going to let the unblockable rips. He's done it so many times in this round. He just goes for the fainted guard break back to back after baiting him with the consistent unblockables that were landing in previous rounds. Lemon finally just get a punish. But despite how good the conditioning was for Benny and despite how good his reads were at the beginning of that round, Lemon still manages to clutch out the round, and now it's going down to the final round, 4-4. And oh my goodness, both of these guys have to be sweating. They have to be nervous.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, you lose 2 sets, and I believe you're out of tiebreakers. So this is the only loss you're allowed to endure in the tournament, and you certainly don't want to take it this early. Bean lands a little bit of damage, getting a nice early start here, but I mean, it's just pokes into Immortal's health bar. Gets a GB out of neutral. It's really nice. Gets him into his offense, but Immortal is not skipping a beat.
A really beautiful delay from Bean as well to like bait Lemon to sit there, make him think about is he going to try and attack out of me, and then waited just long enough for him to go for that dodge forward to initiate the bash offense. Got the guard break, but Lemon starts to bring his way back into the round here. Baits out the parry. He's actually utilized the HP pulls here. Baits out another parry, takes the HP lead. Oh, he goes for the full bot, the back step heavy, actually makes a miss, but gets a light parry punish, retakes the lead. It's back and forth right now. This is really neck and neck, and another good guard break read, Lemon one read away. He gets the parry on the heavy. Can he make that parry? No, what a read!
Oh my God!
Guard break, what a ballsy read from Bean. Knowing that if he got that wrong, that was actually going to be the end of the round, but Bean takes it. And Lemon going to be dropping a game in the second round, which I don't think a lot of people were expecting, but oh my goodness, I think I'm about to pass out.
Yeah, that is the light into UB read I was talking about earlier. Bean used it again there in that final round and just barely picked up the entire set against Immortal, who is now going to have to win out the rest of his rounds to make it to tiebreakers.
What an impressive performance, though. I think this goes to show Bean's experience. He dropped the first game, especially in the second round of the closed qualifiers. That has to be stressful, because if you lose that early in the tournament, there's only 4 people that go through here. It's going to be extremely difficult to basically win every other round to guarantee going through to the next round. Even then, I think if you lose one game and then win every other round, I don't know if that confirms going through. I don't know if there's any kind of tiebreaker we'll be doing today to decide which non-undefeated player goes through automatically. So there has to be a lot of stress. There has to be some pretty big nerve-wracking moments there, and Beanie, he kept his cool, played exceptionally well. I think it's actually some of the best I've seen him play into the Shigoku with the Shaman. He played so well, really good reads, extremely good reactions, and then that final game going 4-4 in like what should be a favored matchup for the VG, he was able to keep his cool, and that final read, for a lot of the lesser experienced people or more casual players who aren't used to it, it might just look like just a gamble, just throwing a light out into that unblockable. But I tell you what, that's a ballsy read to make when you know if you get that read wrong, he had about 24 HP. He could have, he could have just tried to react to it. Played it safe. If he eats a light or a zone, he stays alive. If he eats a bash mix up, he stays alive. So to go for that, like to risk that unblockable landing, that's a very, very ballsy read to make. So well played.
Yeah, and I think we still have time to catch Mina versus vanar, which was just updated to 1-0 in favor of vanar.
All right. I'll go ahead and get that locked and loaded. Oh, there we are. Let me quickly check.
Wow, Blitz lost to H, 1-2.
Oh my.
Interesting.
Let me update my scoreboard.
That is quite a big upset.
Yeah, we do not have an eye expectation yet, as we can see here, so we've got a moment yet to quickly check the bracket.
And Topemine beat Tuba 2-1.
That is a very impressive win, because Tuba was actually one of my shouts for someone to actually qualify today. If I remember correctly, I think my prediction was Antonio, Bean, Tote, and Tuba. Tuba's actually a really, really good player. Played a lot of Coliseums. He's actually won some community 1v1 tournaments. Exceptionally good reactions. So that's actually a huge win for Toad. And I bet that's making him feel good as well. He was probably very nervous going into Tuba. Again, going into one of the better players earlier on in round 2. So to be able to get the W there, I think Toad's going to be feeling pretty good about himself. He's probably feeling a bit like the Geo Dingy right now.
Wow, he says they were 1-1 and 4-4, final game, final round, both 1 HP, and he parried Tuba's Unblockable to pick up the set. That is wild. I wish that was on stream. But there's just too many good sets to catch.
Yeah, like, legitimately, I have a absolutely pants-on-head stupid idea where I'm getting, after the Friend of Foe series is over, I'm going to be picking up a new PC build, as the one I'm currently using is quite old. And
We multi-streaming?
Yeah, I'm legitimately tempted because I still have my capture card. If I was to just get a second account somehow, like either just buy like a cheap copy of the game or something, I could in theory try and do 2 spectates at once.
I'm up for it.
It's pants on head stupid, but I could try it.
Yeah, it sounds interesting enough that I'm up for it. I mean, there are certainly a lot of, definitely there are a lot of, especially in open qualifiers, there's a lot of matchups where, okay, there's not a ton happening this round, but, I mean, definitely a situation like this where, everyone is incredibly good. Every round has, 3 or 4 great matchups, for sure.
Let me add that little addition to the end of there we are. So yeah, we are currently waiting on the eye of spectation for the second game of Mina B versus vanar. I saw Bean in chat earlier was like, what did he say? He was breathless. He was screaming. Yeah, his heart. Yeah, understandable. Bean, you and Lemon were both probably locked in harder than you've ever been before. Well done to the both of you. Especially gambling the entire game on that, the entire set on that moment. Bloody hell, lad. Take a drink. Yeah, we're just waiting on the eye.
Mina said that they've actually finished the game already. He just can't report the score for some reason.
Let's see here.
Oh, that does mean the round is finished out then.
Okay.
Assuming that everyone readied up this time.
Waiting on our round 3. We are, okay. So, we're just going to be vibing a little bit. And then we'll wait for round 3, but we have the results here. Piggy RF beat Uncle Rev 2-0. Antonio beat Sharo 2-0. Bean, we watched that one. Egg and Bowl beat Mr. Lucky 2-1. H beat Bean 2-1. UFC beat Mamba 2-0. King of Reeds, aka Toet, beat Chroma Heart 2-1. Isle of Bears beat Washing Plates 2-1. And Kinu beat Lasuka for you. Whatever the bloody hell this one is. What's this? Oh, I can't even get an alias on that.
It's not better.
No, it's not. Bloody heck. Okay. H beat Blitz, not Bean. Hang on. Did I say Bean? Whoopsie. Brain to go burr. Yes, Bean somehow won and lost in the same Swiss bracket. It's Marischal. Oh, it's Marischal. Ooh. Thank you.
Oh, H is Marischal. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Verb, you have to learn French. Do I? Do I, though? Man read burrito as burrito.
Just an update on the score line while we're waiting for round 3 to start up. vanar is now out of contention, as is Mamba, Mr. Lucky, Lasaucerfu, ? And Uncle Rev. And players still undefeated: H, Marichal, Totemind, Antonio, ewop, and Bean. This is reported as yeah. This is good. And I think third round is up.
Oh, click. We do have third round. Okay, round 3 is on the books. Let's see what games we have to spectate. We've got H, Isle of Bears, Sharo, Washing Plates, Chrome Heart, vanar, Antonio Kinu, the Sacco Faux and the French person, Marischal, and Uncle Rev, Mina B UFC, Toet Bean, Piggy Egg and Bowl, Mumba Lucky, and Lemon Blitz.
Blitz!
We can't go anywhere but Toad Bean. For sure.
Toet Bean?
A rematch of the
Oh,
final.
Blitz Immortal is good too, though.
Okay,
Oh,
we're gonna
man.
decide. Where are we going?
I'm up for either of those. Those are my 4 players I expect to qualify today.
Yeah,
I'm up for whatever.
yeah, chat is split. Like, we are split, but yeah, looks like there is a lean towards Bean Toet. Okay. Let me go ahead and get that locked in on my spectate program. King of Reeds.
Also, Spaniard makes a good mention. There are prizes for everyone who does better than 3 losses, so even those players who can't necessarily win anymore definitely have a reason to keep playing.
Oh,
of course,
cool.
if they want to claim prizes.
Happy days. That's good to know. Let's see. Next. There we go. All right. Can we don't look only beanie, please?
This guy is a bean hater.
This person wants to see match number 4. So that's Antonio Kinu. I think I'll probably get overridden by my co-commentator Stormer X if I try to divert, so I feel like this one's gonna be locked in. I'm very sorry.
You can paint me as the bad guy. It's either 7 or 10, one of those two.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. We aren't gonna be watching that one. I have been
I'm
overridden
holding
by...
a gun to Verb's head right now.
Yes, I am. I cannot obey chat in this case. Okay. No Anton game Sag. I imagine we'll get Anton game at some point. 10.
Yeah, I mean, Anton is still 2-0. I'm sure we're gonna get to see an Anton game.
Yeah, 100%. Especially once we get into the later rounds where the numerical importance starts coming up. Like, that will definitely filter which games we look at. The whole chat wants 10. I mean, there weren't that many 10 enjoyers early on. The 10 Mafia has only come in now.
I'm really in favor of 10 because it's the two, I would argue, the 2 best NA players.
Okay.
And they both have a loss.
Oh wait, does that oh wait,
That
hang
is a
on.
good point. So if either
Ooh.
like whoever loses that is just out, right? They can't.
I
qualify
didn't
on
think
that.
about that part. That's a very good point.
Yeah, I mean, you can still qualify for cash, but you cannot qualify for the grand finals with 2 losses, and they both have a loss.
Okay, yeah. Once again, Jones, being smarter than me, brings up a very good point. We're diverting. Okay, we're looking at a knife fight here.
Yeah, don't feel bad. I'm smarter than everyone.
I cry. This is why I do production. Okay, here we are.
Is fat.
That's impressive. Like, that's a huge metric right there. Emphasis on huge.
Okay. Blitz versus Lemon now in the pipe. Yes, Blitz. Yes, it's Blitz. Blitz and Bean always mixes me up for some bloody reason.
Don't worry, I went through a phase when I was playing 4v4s with Blitz where I just kept calling them Bean, and I gave up trying to call them properly, so I just kept calling them Bean.
Loser does not qualify, correct? That is the stakes, spelled like the food.
That is the stakes for absolute bars by Jones.
I'm just paraphrasing Walush here. He said wow in all caps.
We have a berserker on screen though, hold up.
Ooh. That's a first. For today for sure. At least on stream.
Indeed. All right, gentlemen, take it away.
I have to assume that Blitz has probably done this because he knows Lemon can't consistently react to unblockables. So perhaps he's picked this thinking that, you know, Berserker, even after his damage nerfs, he still has a good unblockable damage-wise. So, and like, I think Lemon can react to 400 MS lights. At least reasonably consistently. I think it's primarily for the unblockable that he's probably picked this character. That's the only thing I can think of as to why the Berserker picked it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep thinking back to the Varangian offense in context of, like, you know, Zerker operates on a lot of blockable offense. Of course, he's got the UB mix he's trying to get most of his damage from. But Varangian has a lot of great defensive tools, especially when you don't have a bash of your own in Zerker's case. But, I mean, Blitz is doing a nice job of getting some damage back in this round, but fortunately, that light there from Immortal, he makes the right read and picks up that first round.
Yeah, unfortunately, Blitz's reactions weren't quite up to snuff in that round. Ended up eating a couple of unblockables, which definitely helped swing around in Lemon's favor.
Yeah, I'm hearing there's a Nusha pick elsewhere in a different match, by the way, which is interesting.
Good to
That's
know.
added to the stat sheet.
I mean, can I make a prediction and say Mina's probably playing in that game?
I'm gonna go check right now. Let's see.
No, that's watching play
no.
Sharo.
Although
Interesting.
Mina is, I wouldn't put it past Mina. I think he pulled out, like, a gladiator in one of the open qualifiers, maybe? Maybe I'm associating him with somebody else, but for sure. Ooh, and Immortal makes the right read there as well. Goes up 2-0 in this first game.
It was a really good read there. He knew Blitz was probably going to go for the fade. Actually, didn't even catch the heavy guard break ball, and he actually caught the fade guard break ball. So a really good read by Lemon there, and he goes up 2-0.
Yeah, I wonder if we might see Immortal, like, if we're gonna just, like you said, he can't necessarily consistently react to Zerker chain offense. So I wonder if we maybe will see a few more bashes coming out from him here. Or if he's really just gonna try to sit here, just make health trades until somebody dies, essentially, which, I mean, it's working well for him so far. And there you go, you can see the Zerker offense into the Varangian defense not always going to work out super well in the Zerker's favor, but, I mean, it's still a very close round here.
Yeah, Lemon's been making really good reads on those 400 MSIs for the full block. I think out of 4 reads he's made, I think he's made the right read 3 times. Or goes for the super hard read on the zone, gets parried, but luckily for him, Varangian's heavy parry punishes aren't exactly the greatest. Oh, but again, goes for the dodge. I'm actually surprised with how many hard reads Blitz is making into these Varangian guard heavies. I'm not sure whether he just hasn't academied it, or maybe just doesn't feel confident at the moment, but I would expect Blitz to be able to react to them. So, especially considering how many times he's gotten punished, these defensive reads he's making have not been that successful. So I really am surprised he's not trying harder to actually react to them.
Yeah, and Immortal panic dodge attacks out to the side here, makes the wrong read. Blitz punishes him for it, and now Blitz has to be careful with his stamina. But yeah, I mean, Immortal's not necessarily got the pressure to actually stop him from just getting his own stand back. GB's, like you said earlier, he's just GBing into some of these heavies, and I don't think he's really been punished for it yet. I mean, Immortal is really just trying to catch Blitz in his chain here, just making reads on when he's gonna feint. Goes for the full block though, and Blitz is gonna punish that, picks up his first round, and that momentum is important here.
Yeah, I think the reason why Lemon's going for quite a few of these guard breaks on the heavies is because he probably knows he's already gotten into Blitz's head a little bit with these full block reads, so he knows that a lot of these heavies are actually going to be feinted, at least at a higher rate than they would be normally, because of that threat of the full block on defense. So that's why he's been going for these guard breaks, why it's been working so well. So I guess it's down to Blitz whether he recognizes this, whether he starts to let them a little bit more finish, or whether Lemon's going to continue to get value off. There we go, that was what I was saying earlier about how the dodge tactic cannot use them as a defensive option against the Varangian guard. And the front of the wall is going to get the 27 damage top heavy there. Lemon actually goes for the parry on the roar heavy. Doesn't bite on the parry the second time around. Blitz does get quite a bit of damage on. Health totals are pretty close, but the advantage still slightly to Lemon here. Catches the feint recovery down the lower bar, baits out the dodge forward line. Oh, full block punish. Oh, he makes a good read on the headbutt. Oh, this is absolutely nail biting here. One mistake for me. Oh, what Blitz doing? No, he also panic dodges and guaranteed flash. Honestly, I'm quite surprised. I do feel like maybe the pressure's getting to Blitz a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect it to, but it's... I mean, I can't disagree. I mean, he's making, like, a couple mistakes I wouldn't expect him to make. He's not reacting as well as I think he usually does. And, I mean, just feigning yourself out of stamina in neutral is not a mistake I really ever see him make. So I think maybe, regardless of the way this first game goes, he maybe just needs to take a second and try to reset here. But I mean, this game is not over yet, but 4-1, and the matchup doesn't look incredible for him, even if Immortal can't react consistently to the Zerk offense. He's just landing, oh my god, chain light after chain light. Immortal is having a feast on Blitz's health bar.
Exactly.
And I take it right back. It's going the other way.
And 500 MS Sharo is definitely something you wouldn't expect blitzable people to be eating. But he did manage to clutch the round back out, but he did eat so much damage that was just completely avoidable there.
Yeah, we did have a question in chat from Jarl about who was banned. Blitz banned Aramusha, and Immortal banned Lawbringer.
Did you say Lemon Band Lawbringer?
He did.
Has Blitz even been playing that much Lawbringer? I know the character is like S tier at the moment, but has Blitz specifically been playing the character? Because I don't think I've seen him play.
I haven't seen it. I mean, he's got plenty of other characters. I would have expected like a BP or PK ban like we've been talking about. But either way, Immortal gets the GB there, and both players about even on HP right now. And Immortal, it looks like he might be able to pick up this first game. Just needs one more lead. One more read. He's gonna keep going for these chain lights. There we go. The bash out of neutral is enough to do it. And I think Blitz might just need a mental reset here. It looked a little bit shaky there in that first game. I think, just take a couple seconds, drink some water, and try to reset here. I mean, what do you think, Clutch?
I think that would definitely be a good idea because, as I said, he was making so many kind of mistakes or plays that he would not usually be making in those rounds. He genuinely looks as though he is, I wouldn't say crumbling. It's not like he's playing that badly, but he definitely
stumbling
seems to be affected by the pressure he's experiencing right now, which is something I wouldn't expect from him personally.
Sometimes these things can happen, like for every one person who does, a Michael Jordan flu game, sometimes people occasionally just have an off game. Like, it is strange to see these kind of things happen, but they can. We've definitely seen weirder things in our time from players.
That's true.
Oh, question from chat for you, Jones.
Off the memory, has anyone else banned Aura against Owl today? Not that I've seen, but I'll go back and check. I saw him playing a bit of Aramusha yesterday, which didn't go super well for him in the game I saw. So I'm not sure if this is just, players knowing he likes to play Aramusha generally and don't really want to deal with it, but yeah, I'll head back and grab that data real quick.
All right, game number 2 in the set. Blitz has gone to the Black Prior. Immortal stays on the Varangian Guard.
He can't play Varangian Guard, can he? He just won with it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Hang on a minute.
What's going on here?
Hang on a minute. It was Immortal who... Okay, so yeah, it looks like this one's gonna get reset.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, okay. That I'm just gonna go ahead and eject.
And yeah, no one has banned Aramusha against Immortal so far. Who has had a tough bracket, by the way. He had to play Vanlar and then Bean and now Blitz. I do not envy that.
Bruh. A little bit of an oopsie, as Exotic Diva puts it. We're just gonna chill for a second, wait for him to reset the game. And we'll probably end up going from there.
Yeah. Also true, there is no easy bracket for anybody. This is 20 of the best players in the world in duels, and only 4 spots, so you are going to have a lot of tough matchups if you qualify.
Alright, next game should be coming up now. Hey, we got Shigoki, let's go!
Yeah, and Blitz back on the famous BP.
Round 1.
I missed it. What happened? Immortal loaded in on VG, even though he's already won the game on that char, so we had to back out and have him pick again. As a reminder, it is Conquest, so of course you can't win on the same character twice.
I'm really looking forward to this matchup. There's so many reads involved on both offense and defense for both of these characters, so it's definitely, I think, a matchup that Blitz tend to do really well in. So I'm looking forward to whether just Lemon's general, like, insane reads, how they stack up against Blitz's like play style when it comes to BP. Because he has, as you just saw there, he does tend to, he'll make a read when he sees a character doing a dodge forward, and he'll sit into the full block, which of course removes the startup delay. And if you sit in the full block, you can actually technically still react to bashes. So if someone throws out either a buffered bash or like a bash that comes out like midway through, so like 400 MS into the dodge instead of 300, he'll react to it. And then if he sees someone go to like the end of the dodge animation, he'll then make a read they're going to finish guard break and go for the bulwark slash and keep it out. And I don't think I've seen anybody else try to play the Black Fire in this way. So it's going to be interesting to see how Lemon tries to deal with it.
Yeah, that last thing you mentioned is especially what's interesting to me, that no one else seems to be playing BP like this, and I almost wonder if maybe other top players, especially players with great reactions, just don't think it's that good, don't think it's worth the time investment, or maybe Blitz is just ridiculously good at it. They don't really feel like ever playing BP into him. They'd rather just ban it against him. I mean, we certainly saw situations like that where, like, in the 4 series, there were the top 2 teams just banned characters they did not want to play against. They didn't want to put in the effort. For example, Goblin Gang just did not want to play VG into your team. They didn't think it was worth it. Do you think that's sort of the same situation going on here, where other players, obviously not Immortal in this case, but other players would just rather ban BP than learn to play the Char themselves?
Well, when it comes to why other people don't try doing it, I think maybe a bit of it is, I think maybe a bit to do with time investment because of the academy that's involved, but I think also people probably just think there's better characters to play, because obviously, you know, nobody thinks beating's bad in 1v1s by a combination, but I think, especially when you're playing best of 3, and there's one ban per player, so you basically need to kind of play like, what, 4 of the top characters. I don't think BP is good enough to kind of break into, let's say, the top 5, top 6 characters. So I think this is kind of, it's like a comfort pick, but it's also just the fact that Blitz is able to play him in such a way that like drastically kind of enhances how strong he is.
Yeah, and it's working for Blitz so far here. He's up 2-1 against Immortal and Shigoki. And I mean, as a reminder, this is do or die for these players. They both got a set loss already. Blitz starting out with an immediate flip here. But yeah, I mean, whoever loses this matchup, not this game specifically, but the match as a whole, is out of contention for qualifying. So it is absolutely horrifying to drop this early. But oh my god, Immortalum just lands the out of stamina unblockable, makes a crazy read that Blitz is just gonna mash a button, and he's right about it.
Lemon's reads have been on point in this round. So many offensive reads getting into Blitz's head, bringing it back to 2 apiece. But yeah, as you were saying, it's obviously it's unfair, but this is what I was kind of saying before the stream, right? Is that there's definitely going to be players who, in quotation marks, deserve to be in the grand finals. We're definitely good enough to be there, but they're just not going to make it because of the, like, let's say how matchup dependent a lot of 1v1s can be when people start getting quite close and equal skill. Just being genuinely unlucky with Swiss bracket of who you're going to come up against early on. Like, there's so many like kind of factors out of the player's controls. And when the skill is so evenly matched between players, at the end of the day, it's like some of these games are as close to 50-50 as you can get. And Lemon goes in with another headbutt. It's a read that Lemon likes to make a lot. I'd say he does something which gets countered, like you saw it with the TND earlier, where he threw a zone, got deflected by Bean, and then threw the second zone out immediately after the guard break. If he makes a move which gets countered, he'll just throw it out immediately again. So he went for the headbutt there, got flipped, and just does it again because he doesn't expect him to do the same thing twice. And it's been working really well for him so far.
Yeah, and we're just... Yeah, Immortalum goes in for the forward dodge headbutt, but he's a little low on stam here. He's going to press a button regardless. And I mean, we're basically just sitting in neutral at this point. Blitz, ice cold, gets the parry on the light. And Immortal is going to try to turn it into his own offense now. But Blitz just lighting into that UB again. It's a risky play to make, but it could have big gains for you. And again, just parries the light out of neutral. And he's really trying to make Mortalum scared of throwing out these neutral light attacks.
Yeah, his differs on those neutral lights have been absolutely on point in this round. If he does end up taking this round, it's going to be because of those differs. But a good read by Lemon, but Blitzer returns a huge read on the zone to take the round there. But I will say one thing that I've noticed that Blitz hasn't really been doing a lot of in this game, which he was doing a lot, and it has a really weirdly high success rate. Is throwing out some buffer dodge forward heavies. When he was playing in the Coliseum, the amount of times, even against like some of the best #1s in the game, he was just landing dodge forward heavies because people weren't expecting them. It was insane. Whereas in this particular matchup, I don't think I've seen him throw one.
You think that's maybe because, I mean, of course these two are friends. I mean, I'm sure they play against each other a lot. And I mean, we've been talking about like matchup familiarity and such, but I think that might be more a case of player familiarity in these two's case. Nice light parry there. But do you think it's just because Blitz and Immortal play against each other so often that Immortal might expect that, so Blitz isn't throwing it against him?
It definitely could be, especially against Lemon, who is such like a read demon.
Oh my god!
The unblockable heavy and Blitzer again. Didn't expect it. You would have thought that after Lemon did it before, when he tries to fully charge and block and puts himself out of stamina because he knew Blitz wouldn't expect it. Blitz would have adapted. He would have expected it maybe this time around, and I think he actually would have taken the round off the punish with dodge forward heavy into undodgeable heavy. But Blitz just eats it, gets outright again by Lemon, and now Lemon actually has 2 round points here. Only needs to win one of the next 2 rounds to knock Blitz out of the tournament, and if that does happen, it's going to be the second closed qualifier that Blitz is going to stumble at.
Yeah, and I mean, we mentioned it before, but Blitz placed 4th in the Duel Frenzy. I mean, it would be a shame for him to drop this early here, but I mean, Immortal is just such a good player. He might have the ability to just do it here. Blitz is a bar of health away from elimination, and that is going to seal the deal. He's still got money to play for, but Blitz can no longer qualify.
The defender wins.
Oh, unfortunately for Blitz, this is the second time now. First in the 2v2 FOF, now in the 1v1. He's unfortunately stumbled in the closed qualifiers. Not going to be able to make it to the grand finals. And Lemon is going to keep his hopes alive here. Going to go through. He's going to be up 2-1 now. He cannot afford to drop another game. So you have to think that must have been really nerve-wracking. Really nerve-wracking for Lemon, knowing that he needed this win to stay in the tournament. But he showed really good mental fortitude. They're not crumbling under the pressure. He made some insanely good reads to knock Blitz out of the tournament there.
All right, let's see what's going on bracket side. We've got... Oh, Bean Toet is 1-1 still. We can catch that if I'm
let's
quick.
get in there for sure.
Okay, if I'm quick, we can get this. Speed, 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 speed. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. In game. I'll worry about the audio later. Bean, I spectate. Okay, we're catching it. Let's go. Once every blue moon. Context, please, Diva. I am confused. Okay. Oh, we got a Warmonger on and an Defeater on deck. Let's go. And we'll go from
both
beginning
these
it.
Players are 2-0, so the loser of this isn't out, but of course you'd like to preserve that flawless record as long as you can. I mean, especially considering what we just saw between Blitz and Immortal, where there are plenty of absolute monsters with only 1 loss who could absolutely knock you out.
This is going to be an interesting matchup because after the changes, I would assume that this is possibly like a 6-4 matchup for Warmonger. However, if we're thinking of who plays Defeater the best in the game, you have to say that Mina is known as being the best Defeater in the game. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup. Also, I'm not sure how much experience Tote has on the Warmonger. I know he's scrimmed a few times recently, but I don't think it's like one of his main characters. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, I poked my head into his, I think it was like a 7 or 8 hour scrim marathon that Tote did yesterday, and I mean, I didn't watch all of it, but I did not see a single warmonger from him. But I mean, of course, he's a great player. I'm sure he's going to be able to get some results here. But Bean just picks up that first round. Is exactly what he's hoping for here. This is the final game in this set, trying to preserve that flawless record.
Oh, look at the iframes on that Warmonger side dodge heavy. Also, it eats a level 3. Bean already below 50 HP after 3 bad reads here. Damage output from the Warmonger kind of crazy. Nice base, Bean. Bean doesn't panic dodge on the level 1 time. He didn't allow Tote to react to the dodge. Oh, he's going to get the wall splat off the bash here. Bean has not only equalized, but has taken the HP lead. Nicely done by Tote, 27 damage. Doesn't go for the light. Bean goes for the CC counter. Ends up getting the punch. I've had a stamina. This is not good. But I guess the thing is that Toad doesn't have a ton of stamina here. He's not really able to pressure as hard as he would ideally like to. Nice base out the prediction dodge, punishes. Goes for the side dodge. Heavy Bean goes for the parry, but Bean... Oh, he was anticipating a chain light. It's not very often that you see Bean bite on a chain light instead of differing it consistently. But the chain top heavy didn't go through, and Toad brings it back to one apiece.
Yeah, and I mean, that was exactly what Tote was counting on there, was that Bean would bite on that being a chain light. And that is just a ridiculous read, but I guess that's why they call him the king of reads. And, I mean, this is not a great start to the round for him. He's already down to half his health. Bean is speed running this one. Oh my god, look away.
Yeah, this is not looking like a good round here. Like, Bean just out-reading him left, right, and center. Tote gonna go down. Hopefully that doesn't get into his head too much.
Round 4.
Because obviously, at the end of the day, one of the thing that Tote likes to rely on the most to get his W's here are his reads, and the fact that Bean outread him so hard, about 4 to 5 times in a row in the previous round, Tote makes him start to doubt his efficacy. Goes for the parry, gets punished as well, and again, Bean just read after read here, making such good decisions. Catches him with the guard break on the dodge forward with low stamina as well. Oh, and he dodges to level 3. I do feel like Tote might be struggling a bit here. I do feel like he's crumbling slightly. He's getting a little bit too button press heavy.
Yeah, I mean, these rounds, these last two have looked completely dominant for Bean, and I have to agree. I think Tote is just pressing a lot of buttons here, which, I mean, of course, you don't want to just, like, sit there and let Afira bully you, but... I mean, one of the strengths of Warmonger, especially on this map in ones, is her ability to just parry punish you into the wall for a ton of damage like this. Just playing slow, playing defensive, which isn't necessarily, you know, Toad's strongest suit, but he's able to make good use of the Warmonger here. He's got a good lead on health in this round. And it's immediately erased, my bad.
And he tries to get the parry there, Toad, but he was literally one frame too slow. Oh dear, Toad, he's one punish away, hits any light the zone. Oh, the iframes. Bean doesn't bite on the prediction dodge though. Toad trying to bait something out here. Manages to get the block off in time. Nice, punishes the parry attempt. Oh, the zone punishes the guard break. And now Bean only needs to win one of the next 4 to continue his flawless streak and to give Toad his first loss of the day.
Yeah, this is a really tough ask. You have to win 4 rounds in a row against Bean Afira in order to win the game. Like, this is Herculean, to say the least. I mean, even, you know, playing into a matchup that's probably a little favored to Warmonger here. I'm like we said, we're not really sure how much Tote, how much experience Tote has on the char.
Oh, this is very close around here. Both people. Oh, again, a good read on the level 1. Nice, Tote makes a good read. The side dodge heavy still going to connect even with the flip. Base of dodge while Tote doing a really good job here. Does not to press a button. Didn't expect Bean to try and pressure him on low stam. Nice dodge roll. Made a read on the level 1. Saw that Tote was charging. Dodge and rolled away. Nice light catches. Gets to level 3. Tote keeping his hopes alive here.
Yeah, I mean, I said Herculean, but Tote is doing it thus far. I mean, he's got to get 3 rounds further in order to pull this out, but I don't know. Can he just like try to sit near like position with Beans back to a wall the entire round and just sit there and parry? I'm not sure if he's really got consistent enough reactions to have great success doing that. What do you think?
Well, the funny thing is, he doesn't even need to sit there with Beans back to the wall with the range of that parry punish. He just needs to have a wall somewhere in the vicinity behind him. He needs to have his back to it. The coach struggling here. Bean actually misses out on a bit of damage, misjudged the distance there. Does get the guard break punish, is going to equalize the health totals. This is a close round. Nice, Tote retakes the lead. He's trying to bait some kind of interrupt here. Nice, punishes the roll, gets the double light, gets the level 1, and now Benny, one mistake. Wait, no, what's he doing? Why does he go for the light instead of the zone? The zone would have taken the round for him there. Oh, the dodge attack. Oh, and Tote gets slashed. Tote, I think that was a pretty large choke. Opting to go for the feint to light instead of the zone there when the zone would have connected for the kill. Actually going to end up losing him the round, and Tote going to take his first loss of the day, and now he is on the back foot. Can't afford to lose anymore, but Bean continuing his hot streak.
Yeah, I mean, he's already defeated some of his greatest opposition in the tournament, Bean. I mean, he's beaten both Immortal and Totemind at this point. Who did he play in round 1, actually? He played Mamba in round 1 as well. I mean, he's defeated some of the greatest contenders to take sets off him already. I mean, he's got to be feeling great right now. He's undefeated, and he's beat most of his competition.
All right, so let's have a look here. Round 3 so far. We have I Love Bears H, Washing Plates Sharo. Oh, sorry. I Love Bears 2-0'd H, Washing Plates 2-1 Sharo. Chrome Heart beats bunch of numbers 2-0. Antonio Kinu still ongoing. Uncle Rev, although it's 1-0 to Kinu. Uncle Rev 2-0'd Lisakafo. Mina B 2-0'd UFC. Bean, we just watched that. Higgy RF beat Egginbowl 2-0. Mr. Lucky beat Mamba 2-1. And Immortal M beat Baritsu 2-0. Alright. Okay, looks like we're gonna be looking at Antonio. Oh, hang on a minute. I've just been informed that apparently this round's gonna be ending very soon. Chat, so I'm gonna hold fire on trying to spectate and... Oh, actually watch it. Nope, never mind. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong chat. I'm stupid. Okay, let's have a look at the match. I'll see if I can very quickly get us something. Okay, Kinu. Spectate. Okay, guys, question. Okay, first of all, this is on the wrong map. Second of all, do we go from current position or do we go from beginning? What's the call?
I mean, I think we can... I mean, it's probably going to take a second for the next round to get started, so we could probably go from beginning.
Okay. Let me get the scores correct. It is 1-0 Kinu. I will go from beginning.
Round 1.
All right, and this is 2 characters we haven't seen yet today. Sent as a bit shocking based on Open Qualifier's picks. I mean, definitely one of the better characters in 1v1s. Maybe that's more reflective of bans, honestly, the fact that we haven't seen very much Sent today. And then Kino, of course, definitely likes to play that Ocelotl and sticking it out even through the nerfs that especially affected him in 1v1s.
What is going on here? There's some communication, it seems, happening.
Really.
If only we could see the chat also. Actually, that's probably not a good thing considering some players.
That's a terrible
Actually,
idea.
Yeah, good idea, yeah. Shut up, Oliver. What are you talking about?
Okay, I think we're good to go now.
Hey, first Centurion and the first Ocelot of the day. Jolly good, here we go.
Yeah, I'm definitely very surprised we haven't seen more Centurions, widely regarded to be one of the strongest characters in the game at the moment. I know that Kino is a big fan of the Ocelot, although again, kind of surprised to see him after the changes to his chain bash. Obviously, it's still good offense. However, it's definitely nowhere near as strong as it used to be. Much more punishable now. compared to when he was actually able to chain after a whip. So I'm not sure if he's really strong enough to be competitive with some of the top characters after those nerfs, but he is going to take the first round here. Still has just under 100 HP as well. Very dominant first round, and especially considering he took the first game.
Round 2.
You've got to also have to think whether Anton might be feeling the pressure a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about comfort picks in the context of VP earlier, and I think that might just be a bit of what Kino thinks of Ocelotl as, where it's just, you know, not necessarily like a top even 5 maybe character, but it's a character who's close enough in terms of relative usefulness to those other top characters that it's not really incredibly harmful for you to pick them. And if you're already feeling so comfortable with them, you have tons of experience, you're not going to, you know, feel the pressure on, you know, trying to figure out how to use a character mid-tourney that you don't play very often. It might just be the better play to stick with what you know.
Nice read on the from Kino with the dodge forward bash to interrupt. He's also making some really good reads on offense, getting Anton down below a bar here. Kino has half a bar with 400 MS light, gonna land again here. Quite surprised, Anton's usually really good with these 400 MS light reactions, but Kino's 400 MS lights on the Ocelot is landing really consistently here. Maybe it's because the Ocelot animations are a little bit it's harder to identify compared to some of the 400 MS light characters, but you know, just like in the driver's seat right now, which is quite surprising.
Yeah, and ooh, uses that zone there with the hyper armor to just absolutely stuff Anton's offense, but Anton just GBs him out of the zone, and again GBs him out of the feint attempt.
Nice, good defense by Anton there. Reaction to the flash coming out with the side dodge to punish with the side dodge stack. But again, Kino kind of in the similar position last round, whipping him down. But this time, Anton was able to take him down. First gets his first round on the board with only 5 HP remaining. Really shows just how close this game is.
Yeah, I think I said I said that Anton GB'd Kino out of the zone. I meant that he GB'd him out of the heavy, but yeah, the zone has really a lot of practicality just using a neutral even because of that hyper armor. It's almost like Sohei zone in a way where, I mean, you've got practicality just trying to be able to stuff your opponents, maybe even making them bounce in Sohei's case. But either way, that's a GB there for Kino, and that's going to be immediately returned to Anton.
Yeah, Anton looking strong here as well. Double the HP of the Ocelot in control. Has a lot of stamina here. Nice heavy beat out the guard break. Gets level 1 as well. He's one mix away. Oh my goodness! Wasn't anticipating a dodge like that, but doesn't manage to catch the dodge. Forward mix up attempt from Kino with the guard break. Is going to bring it back to 2 apiece, keeping himself in here. Looking much better in round 3 and 4 compared to 1 and 2. See if he's able to keep it up or whether Kino can make some adjustments.
Yeah, both players just sizing each other up right now. There we go, this first bit of offense in the round. And Kino gets back into his mix-up here, but Antonio just shoves him right off. And do you favor really one character over the other here? I mean, I know we've been talking about how Sent is such a great character in ones, but I mean, how drastic of a difference do you think that is here?
At least, again, I haven't played the game a lot for quite a few months, and I'm quite out of it, because, especially the 1v1 meta, but I would still assume the Centurion favored in this matchup, personally. I would probably say at the very least like 6-4 with Jane Ash nerfs. You know, it's much easier to land guard break, she gets stamina pressure on the Ocelot, make it more difficult for him. Nice Anton, that makes a good read up to level 1, takes him down, and I'll tell you what, Anton really seems to almost have downloaded Kino in that second round. Yes, the rounds are still close, but he seems to play so much better. He's making good reads, and he's managed to win 3 in a row to come out 3-2 here. Let's see if this winning streak continues, whether he's able to take it all the way, or you know, can make the adaptations he needs to. I'm surprised that Kino isn't punishing this level 3 when he gets the dodge attack against the hyper armor. I'm pretty sure you get an extra guaranteed punish on that, but every time Kino just seems to feint to go back to neutral, which is good.
Yeah, and Anton just waits out the forward dodge light. He's not letting Kino get away with those. He gets right back into his own offense. And it's looking like we might have a 4th round in a row here for Anton. after Kino got off to a strong start, but Kino's just trying to defend himself here. He knows he can't make another mistake, but he does. And that's, yeah, 4 in a row for Anton. I mean, the good news for Kino, he's up 1-0 at this point. It's not the end of the world if he drops this game, but after the strong start he got out to, it's a bit of a shame that this seems to have gotten away from him.
Oh, nice, gets the first blood. Oh, but dodges forward even though he saw the side dodge. I think he wasn't expecting Anton to actually go for the dodge attack there. It's actually catching the bash this time around. A little bit of Jim gets the pick as well. Just below 100 HP here, gets interrupted down to about 75. Only 3 bars, nice catches into the guard break, utilizes the HP total, baits out the dodge attack. Yeah, the light parry punch gets the point of MS light as well. No follow-up, can't chain any longer. Dodge attack is going to get the confirmed punch, baits out the parry. Beautiful guard break. Anton taking health lead here. Oh, the heavy knocks him out of the dodge forward light. One attack, one bad read away from death. There we go. Anton reacts to the bash whip in store. It's quite late as well. You just get the light in to get the confirmed kill on the whiff. And Anton is able to clutch out the victory. 5-2 there. Well played. Really good adaptation. So, if I'm reading correctly in the chat, that means Anton actually clutched out of that game. It wasn't actually 1-0 to Kino, but was actually 1 apiece. So Anton able to keep his undefeated streak up, but Kino putting up a really good fight, giving him a bit of a scare there.
Okay, so round 4 is up immediately. We have new brackets to look at. Is there anything that'll dictate the standings? Let's see. It's
Bean versus Anton.
Oh, hold up, no, go back. Back. Bean Anton. Bean Anton!
Mina B versus Tote is interesting, but I don't think anything trumps Bean versus Anton.
Yeah, chat wanted Anton,
that is
or Anton.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is I mean, we mentioned it earlier at the start of the stream, but that is a score to be settled for Antonio.
Alright, I'll get that locked and loaded. Okay, make sure I get all the things nice and proper. Round 4, it's the Bean Antonio. Versus...
H is Marichal creature.
Another player who once again wants to have an alias for their name, confusing me greatly. Okay, so I don't have Antonio, I think, so I know I've got Bean. There we go.
Yeah, so these two players are both 3-0. The only other player who is 3-0 is ewop, who is currently playing as Tuba.
Oh yeah, I see some questions in chat. Why was some of the bracket cancelled in things? There were like 2 separate dropouts. So yeah, some players dropped out. It is what it is. Some real life stuff came up. So that's why things look a little bit funky, like Nutella just said. Jones is lost?
I'm
is
lost,
he?
question mark? Am I?
Apparently you should be at a different department store, Jones. Apparently you should be
Am I
here.
looking at a different dimension bracket?
Apparently. Xylon... am I looking at the wrong dimension bracket? Hang on. Let me quickly refresh again. Am I looking at the different... This is fit. H is not
We're
Marichal.
looking at the same bracket here.
Oh, he's talking about H is not Marichal. H is not Marichal?
Oh, is he not? Okay, then I'm operating on false information. Someone earlier said H was Marichal.
Who is H?
Hang on.
Yeah, let me click his profile real quick, see if I can get some information.
Hang on.
Oh, Lisao is Marichal.
Someone. Ah, that's who. Okay.
Yeah, Lisao is
okay.
Marichal.
I am lost.
We are confirmed lost, but we have been found, so saith the Lord. We have a game to spectate. Antonio versus Bean. Double tin cans.
Oh, my lord. We're back to the LB matchup.
Well, someone in chat asked if we were going to see many Lawbringers. The tide of them has begun.
All right, bans are Tiani from Antonio and Shino from Bean, but doesn't matter much for this first game. We're just looking at Lawbringer here.
All I can say is that I'm happy this isn't an ewop versus Bean Lawbringer mirror, because that way I only have one disgusting freak of nature to look at instead of 2.
Yeah. huge fan of Antonio's fashion. I mean, anything looks good to next to beans or ewops. I mean, I think we had a bean versus ewop in the first qualifier, and I had to close my eyes for the whole game.
Execute on first kill? Okay.
Yeah, that is a ego button to press.
I mean, that's an Antonio special. Every single time he will get a kill, he'll pick the longest execution he's got equipped every single round, regardless of the context or situation.
No, if I get horned in 1v1s, I'm leaving. That's not happening.
I wonder, in 1v1s, are you allowed to use the illegal executions from, or the ones that are illegal from 4Zs?
Yeah, I mean, there's no benefit to executing, so there's no problem with it.
I was going to say, I can't imagine that would be against the rules.
So you could have even more optimal BM if you use the ones you normally can't use, 10 out of 10.
Exactly. Actually, maybe that is pay to win. It's like more tilting because of the longer duration.
Yeah, you start doing like the Yorm hammer lightning strikes all across your opponent's screen. Takes 10 seconds.
Tell you what, Anton did a really good job coming back into this round. Bean started off really strong, had a huge HP lead, but Anton swung it right back around. Bean does get the impale onto the wall, punish. Good read with the light. But Bean is bar here. Anton about 30 HP, a little bit of chip. Oh, he bakes it out. I think that's going to be the round there. If I'm not mistaken, doesn't Lawbringer have... Does he have the strongest neutral heavies of any 140 HP character in the game now?
Yes, correct. Because of the light tack on.
Yeah, that is a crazy buff for this character. It feels like he just can't escape having overtuned damage. It's always kind of been his identity to have like super high parry punishes and super high damage.
Yeah,
Finally he has it.
Sorry, I was Go ahead.
Oh, I've already finished. You go ahead.
All right. I just wanted to highlight that, like, there it is again. We've been talking about how, like, it's a read, but it's a risk to, like, toss a light into a UB mix. I don't think we've seen it punished a single time today, and I feel like we've seen at least 10 lights into UBs. And I'm wondering if we're ever going to see somebody punish somebody for it, or is it even worth making the read that your opponent's going to throw the light and trying to punish based on that rather than anything else?
I think it's usually, I think it's because I feel like maybe the pressure of the situation plays into it a bit. Like it's like the safer option to make to feint, right? People think, oh, if I throw this out and I'm playing against a top level duelist who have good reaction, he's going to parry and I'm going to take damage, so I'm going to try and bait out like a bad reaction. People start throwing out these lights, the dodge forward heavies, whatever punish they have for these feint to guard breaks to actually get some damage in on these like opportunities. And because of how people are tending to feint to guard break more than they are just letting the attack rip, they do tend to end up plus on damage from those reads, so it's completely worth going for.
Yeah, I do have to say, like, seeing like the LB matchup throughout the years in ones, because he's always been a good character in this mode, it's really nice to see how much offense he has now. I mean, just compared to years past, where previously this would be like a little bit of a snooze fest with both players playing extremely well defensively because he's just so good defensively, and he still is, of course, but I mean, he's got so much offense now that enables both these players to want to press buttons in neutral and have to make reads in neutral. It's just really nice to see.
I have to say, Benny, after losing the first round, he just seems to be getting stronger and stronger round per round. Anton really, he wants that revenge after last year being knocked out in the top 8, the very first game of the grand finals. He's looking for that revenge here. And I can't remember if they actually played Lawbringer there last year. I think Lawbringer wasn't amended. Played very differently. Far weaker offense, but completely broken parry punishes on both heavies and lights. Guaranteed in all back when. But Bean, he seems to not only be reacting to both like chain offense and the blockable heavies, I feel like he's almost reacting to the neutral heavies as well quite consistently from Anton. And he's getting so much damage in off of these parry punishes. Anton already down to a bar and a half. He's got about 50 HP catch, 3 dodge with the light. Baits out parry again.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Also seems like something, I'm not sure how much time Anton has had to scrim recently. I know he's a lot busier, like just with his general like college and his real life stuff now. But his reactions definitely don't seem to be quite as on point as they were even in previous duel friends. He's playing on a lot of these unblockable heavies. So
yeah,
I'm thinking that maybe as I mentioned, he's been too busy. He's not quite as good on terms of the reactions here. But if that's the case, I'm surprised he hasn't been making more reads with, say, the side dodge bash on the Lawbringer, especially after the buffs he received on it.
Yeah, I know that's one of the areas of interest for the top players to Academy is the LB unblockables, because they're you get into them so often and they can do so much damage. They chain into themselves, so if you can't react to them, you are in a load of trouble. And that might be the case for Antonio here. I mean, like you said, he seems to be eating a lot of these, and we go right back into the mix. He makes the wrong the wrong read. Because it doesn't seem like he's able to react to it super efficiently. But Bean goes out of stamina. I don't know if that's overconfidence or what, but he picks up the game regardless, and that looked completely in favor of Bean. Anton got the first round, got the execution, and Bean said, no, we're not sitting here for 10 more seconds at the end of every round. I'm going to be in charge of this.
I almost think maybe he thought it was a confirmed kill with the light, but obviously it being a wall splat, confirmed lights actually get damage reducted on the wall, so perhaps he wasn't expecting Anton to still be alive there, and that's why he buffered the unblockable heavy. That's the only thing I can really think of. I don't think he would just be super overconfident in that kind of situation, just throw it out, especially like in this situation where he's playing against one of the favorites to get the top 4 and wouldn't just confirm and secure the first round victory. But I do think that maybe he just thought that confirmed light was going to kill, but the damage reduction off the wall splats kept him alive.
Yeah. Do we think we see a shaman here? No.
Nope.
Okay. I mean, obviously a good duelist. I haven't seen a Bean PK. Level 9, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Bean play PK either, but I do know he has trimmed it, and he just thinks the character's insane as well. I think PK, unless anything's changed from when I last played, still has some of the highest wall swap punishes in the game for certain ranges. I think she actually has one that's like 38 or 39 damage on wall swap. Actually, no, it's even more than that, I think. But she just has some really extremely high damage punishes. It's very, very finicky to land because it's very kind of distant positioning dependent. Even her regular wall swap punish is really strong. She still has the really strong 28 damage guard break punish, and obviously her offense after the dagger cancel buffs and the parry window on the dagger cancel buff as well, making her truly unreactable. Makes her a good choice, particularly into ranks players if they're forced to make the reads. And I think I remember Tote saying as well that he actually thinks that PK is favored into the Lawbringer matchup, I think. So
yeah, I mean,
why Bean chose it, or goes for the read on the Immortal there, and lets it rip him again. Goes for the execution. I don't know if this is a good idea, because after he did it last time, Bean just went on a 5-round win streak, just absolutely dominated it. But hey, it's going to work eventually, right? It's got to keep trying it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, SG beat me to it in the chat. PK is very good against LB because the dodge bash, and the dodge bash is practically useless because every time, I mean, either you throw the bash in neutral or in chain, you just get punished so heavily, it's just not in your favor. I mean, both you take a ton of damage from PK dodge attack, but then you're also bleeding. And of course, you know, you've got good punishes on, you know, parryable attacks as Lawbringer, but I mean, you're fighting into PK, who's just got so much damage, so much pressure while you're bleeding. Her lights are enhanced. She's got that unblockable that does a ton of damage and refreshes the bleed. So just throwing the bash at all in this matchup is really difficult. But Antonio seems to have Bean's number in this round, gets him on the wall, in the long arm, going right back into his mix. He just needs one more attack to seal the deal.
Nice. Good read by Anton. Knew he was at frame disadvantage there. Made a read that Bean was going to go for the heavy input with frame advantage. Used the light on frame disadvantage to interrupt the heavy to take the round. Much better performance here so far from Anton than what we saw in the first game, particularly in a matchup, as I mentioned, it's usually considered to be maybe even slightly unfavored for the Lawbringer. So let's see if he's able to keep it up or if Bean's going to make some adjustments.
Yeah, and I mean, as long as Bean isn't having a ton of trouble reacting to the LB mix, I don't really... I figured that Bean's probably going to be able to get back into things here, but I mean, I'm really eating my words here. He's, you know, getting in a lot of damage with the dodge bashes, but other than that, it seems like Antonio is beating him in the neutral game.
Definitely, and again, we just saw Bean get interrupted with frame disadvantage with the light as well. He's not punishing those lights off a frame disadvantage, so... Oh no! Poor footsies, poor distance management by Anton. Eats that 28 damage. That's brought Bean back into the round, and now they're both on the back foot, especially with the high damage PK has. Both of these guys are basically one mistake away from going down a bait out of prediction dodge pass with the light. And Anton looking really good here, up 3-0 into Bean. Very impressive performance, especially after losing quite one-sidedly in the first game, not letting it get to his head. But as we were saying earlier, Anton, an extremely experienced player, has been considered to be one of the very best players in every game over the past 3 to 4 years. He's got that experience. He's not going to crumble under the pressure, and you can see evidence of that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-0 feels really nice, and that last round would have really hurt to lose here. But, I mean, Antonio's looking really nice. He's playing really well in neutral. Nice reaction to the dagger cancel. And he gets the parry into a lot of damage back into his mix, but he is bleeding. He's got to be a little careful. This is where PK's offense can get scary if your reactions aren't on point. There we go. You can see the danger of going for the dodge bash. That time it was a full-on PK guard break for a lot of damage, but LB just has so much health, and he's making so many correct reads against Bean that he's sealing the deal anyway. It's 4-0, and Bean is really on the back foot here if he wants to pick up this game.
That's, again, that round, Anton was able to do the same thing again, lighting with frames disadvantage with the light, interrupting Bean. I really want to see him start punishing this because it's something that Anton's done several times, but he doesn't seem to be adapting to it. Does have a pretty substantial HP lead early on here, which you kind of need against Lawbring with so much HP and the massive HP swings he can do with his punishes. Let's see if Bean is able to stay on the front foot here. Nice catches him, gets a 28 damage. Guard punish going to make his offense continue to be quite scary again. Anton goes to the back for the recoveries. Just so short on PK now after the several buffs. Can't really go for it without getting that guaranteed, at a minimum, 28 damage. Trying to chip Anton down a little bit, but he manages to keep himself alive. I don't think he can be chipped down to death now because the bleed ran out, but the dodge back on the bash is going to be enough. And Bean at least stops this from being a complete 5-0 whitewash.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing about this matchup is, like we've been mentioning, is the bash is just such a risk to throw out because you can be punished so hard, and it really enables the PK to just throw all kinds of dagger cancel feints. So it's really a matter of whether in these next potential 4 rounds, Antonio can make enough right reads and reactions within 1 round, like maybe this one, in order to actually just seal the deal, because it's not an easy order at all to just sit in neutral and react to PK dagger cancel, her zone, everything she's got all day long, and win out. But I mean, Antonio, if anyone can do it, he's certainly up there, but he's getting picked apart toward the end of this round. There we go, he's got Bean in a GB, and he makes Bean bite on the reaction. That's gonna clean it out. We're going to final game, final round, or final game rather, skipping ahead a bit.
Impressive performance from Antonio there, because he lost the first round 5-1, so he lost it quite one-sidedly. It goes into this game in a matchup that, as I mentioned, is probably one of Lawbring's only kind of more difficult matchups, and then takes it 5-1 in return. And his reactions also seemed pretty good in that round as well. I don't know if you noticed, but he was holding his guard top into the PK heavies from neutral, and then was just reacting to the side heavies being let rip on the sides. His defense was really on point, was making it really difficult for PK to get the bleed by lean. When the bleed was applied, he was defending well, not allowing the PK to get too much damage off. Let's go down to the 3rd game for a decider.
Yeah,
The Luigi's
just
have
an
been
update.
doubled.
I was going to update another set between Tote and Mina. Both players are 2-1. Whoever drops that set is out of contention for qualifying, and Mina is up 1-0 in games right now.
Also, apparently there's a Sohei being played in Egg Ball versus Rev. And the Sohei is ahead.
I mean, honestly, people dog on him. Like, into certain matchups, like some of the ones where, we're looking at Warmongers right now. So, like, if you're playing against a Warmonger, a Warden, a Centurion, characters who give up a lot of guard breaks when they make poor reads with their offense, Sohei's not that bad, especially with the buff to his zone, like Nutella was calling out. But either way, we got a Warmonger mirror going on here, and this is, I mean, is this the new age LB versus LB clutch?
I don't think so, because at the end of the day, the old LB mirrors were kind of notorious because of just how passive and boring the matchups were. Didn't really have a great amount of offense, but had some of, if not the strongest punishers and the defense in the game. Whereas at least with this matchup, Warmonger just have that neutral bash, especially with the buff as well. It's harder to punish, it's easier to utilize, and you can also utilize it in like the say feint guard break read to say opposing Warmonger goes for like level 2 into feint guard break, you can make a hard read on with your own bash to punish it out. So I definitely don't think it's on the same level as the old LB mirrors. So I personally think it's a lot more enjoyable. But nice parry to start off the round by Anton there, gets that 30 damage.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the charge bash mix-up makes it, I mean, an inherently more offensive matchup. But Antonio's got to watch his stam. He's going to take the damage, and now he's got to make the right defensive reads. He's made one correct, but not the other two, and now it's just about even again.
Really good reads by Anton here. Has Bean down to 1 HP, and good read. He knew that Bean wanted to go on the front foot. Didn't expect Anton to actually press a button and put himself out of stamina. Really ballsy read, but good read from Anton. Actually works quite often. People just either delaying a button press when they're low on stam. Knowing the opponent wants to go on the front foot, they don't expect them to put themselves out of stamina when they're that low. But it ended up working well for Anton there, and he brings it back to 1 apiece.
Yeah, both of them just feigning in neutral on repeat, but now we're finally getting into the bash mix here, and Bean gets the parry. This is Anton on the wall. That's why you got to be a little bit careful throwing parryable attacks into a Warmonger, and why we're probably going to see a bit more bashes from here on out, just because it's a safer form of offense to you know, avoid getting parried for those massive punishes here. I mean, especially because of the map. And Antonio's bleeding out. He's got to make reads, but no, that put him out of stamina anyway. Bean picks up that round.
Nicely done as well. Bean not making the same mistake that Tote made earlier and goes for the zone off the feint to catch the side dodge instead of the light. Warmonger's lights don't have great tracking on the side dodges, so the zone was able to get the kill. Bean retakes the 1 after 3.
Do you think that these players, I mean, we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but do you think that they're necessarily like paying a ton of attention to whether their back is to a wall? Or, I mean, since Warmonger Impale just goes so far, do you think they're just always assuming they're within range to be impaled into a wall?
I'm pretty sure
throwing the same things.
I'm pretty sure they are almost always anticipating to hit the wall. I think the only thing you can really do to guarantee not being impaled is kind of being like a diagonal or being at the opposite side. But the problem is it's so difficult to judge when that is going to happen, because a lot of attacks will have like some kind of sideways movement off the parry, right? So let's say even if your back is facing the opposite corner and you're safe, you might get parried, and then by the time the parry counter connects, the character models will flip around, so now your back is suddenly facing the wall. So it's extremely difficult to play around the parry counter, and it's very easy to end up in a position where you are actually getting splattered on the wall with the riposte punishing when you don't expect it. So I don't think they'll be like playing around it too much.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And yeah, another punish here. Bean gets put on the wall for his own trouble. You've got to be... Is there really much benefit, do you think, to throwing out these neutral heavies? Because obviously you want to make your way into your bash mix-up, and we've seen players just get GB'd for starting their bash up in neutral. But do you think that the heavies are worth it, or you might just as well throw neutral lights and try to get into your bash from there if you're being punished for the same number of damage anyway?
I mean, I think against a player who isn't super consistent on like reacting to just like non-unblockable heavies like the neutral heavies, it might be worth, you know, because you do get some chip in. You know, like you can go on the front foot, you can keep the initiative, stop the opponent from attacking you, and create opportunities for yourself to land damage. But particularly it's these two players who tend to like Bean especially, who has such practical reactions, it's always going to be such a risk throughout those heavies. And I think we've seen it because a lot of Anton's heavies, both neutral and chain heavies, have been parried into those Warmonger posts, and they do hurt. I think it's 30 total damage on the riposte, so it is a very risky thing. Beautiful life parry punish. I think the bleed's just about to run out, so that's going to be another 30 damage. If he gets caught again, and Anton, after being down at 2 rounds, brings about to 3-3, and of course, he goes for an execution. Doesn't actually go for that long of an execution, though. I feel like Anton might be getting soft in his old age.
Yeah, maybe felt a little bit bad for him this round. Wanted to give him a quick execution.
Round 7.
But,
I mean, see the day.
There is the underlying story here that we mentioned earlier. These players faced off in the first round of the Duel Frenzy. Antonio was the favorite, and Bean overtook him after the same matchup was played the previous day, and Anton had won it. I mean, Anton, of course, wants to settle this score. How much do you think that's weighing on either of them, or do you think they're just entirely locked into the reads their opponent's making it and just what's going on in the match in front of them?
I'm pretty sure they're just locked into this match. I don't think they really think too much about the past. It's not like either of them, like, it's not like that loss for Anton was exceptionally embarrassing, because Bean was at the time known as being probably the best one in the game, or at least up there. I don't think you can ever really be embarrassed losing to someone who is
For sure.
the one of, if not the best in the game at any particular game mode. But Bean on the back foot here. Chip does put Anton below a bar, but Bean's going to be bleeding out here. No, he did not stop.
Wow!
He's going to secure the kill of Bean there, but I think Anton actually had 25 and not 24 HP. So he is literally on 1 HP after training. I think Bean thought it was going to kill as well, and that's why he
I did too.
I can't imagine that Anton knew that either. That had to have been a bit of luck. But the execution, I think Anton might have heard me and opted to go for a longer one this time around. And wait, Bean has to be sweating now. He only has to lose one of the next 2 rounds. And he bites on the side dodge as well and attack that. I wouldn't expect him to get into the parry as well, but is he going to reach? Yes, just at the very end of the range. I feel like Bean is fumbling here, Jones, but I think we might be seeing Anton take the win.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's not embarrassing ever to lose to someone at this level. But, I mean, he's got a score to settle against Bean here. He'd like to correct the record. And this might be his opportunity to do it. Bean is just at 2 bars of HP. Same character, final game. And they're just working through their chain offense. Antonio puts himself out of stamina to get the damage he wants. And now he's got to make the right reads while he's out of stamina. Gets it back. He just needs maybe 1 full charge bash to do it. This could be... No, it's not... I think... Either way, the forward dodge heavy cleans it out. I believe the bleed was enough, but he finishes it out, and with the execution as well.
Nicely done, Anton, correcting the mistake from a year ago. Is going to take it 2-1, but if Bean does end up going through to the grand finals as well as Antonio, you have to ask yourself, could we maybe just be seeing history repeat itself, considering Anton did also defeat Bean in the qualifiers before the grands previously? We'll have to see, but there's a long road ahead. It's not confirmed that either of these individuals are definitely going through to the grand finals, but what a round for Anton there, especially after losing the first game as well in that ball-bringer mirror, and doing so well into that PK as well with the ball-bringer. Really an impressive performance in Anton, keeping up his flawless record. And am I mistaken, or does that mean it is going to be Anton ewop in the 5th round to decide which person is automatically going through?
Yeah, I mean, they're both undefeated, and so one of them, whoever wins that matchup there, is guaranteed to go through. And the elephant in the room, Totemind, has lost to Mina B. The 2nd placer from the Duel Frenzy is now out of contention, and Mina B moves on in his stead.
I had someone in chat ask, can we look at Piggy? I look at the score, it immediately just finishes.
Unfortunate.
Hey, can we look at Mamba?
So they says?
I thought that the trick would work the same way.
Okay, we're still going. Mamba v Sharo. Let's see here. Let me get a heads up from the admins if we are still good to go or not, because what do you call it? It could be a case of... Okay, I think we're good to go. Okay, let me get this locked in and loaded. All right. Can we watch Lemon vs. H? That game's over, Preacher. I am sorry. Like, I'll go double confirm, but I'm fairly sure that's over. Yeah, Lemonade, that's done.
I suppose that is the nice thing about everyone recording their own perspective, is maybe we'll get to see that that Totemind versus Tuba game earlier, I think it was. Totemind versus someone in early rounds that came down to the last bit of health, final game, final round.
Okay, do I have either of these players, actually? That's a question. Let me check. So it's Sharo Mamba. Mamba. Check. Mamba. Mr. Lucky Boss. I don't have Mamba. Do I have Sharo? No, I don't. I actually can't watch this match. That's unfortunate. Unless
I blame Mamba.
Yeah, I don't have... Neither of them accepted my friend requests when I sent them. So, yeah, I'll do that. Okay, it's Final Boss. Oh, of course, the names are changed. That's why I couldn't bloody see it. It's already over? Okay. Oh, that's good to know. Thank you, Sharo. Do I have Final Boss? I do have Final Boss. There we are. Thank you kindly. Right. So round 4 is apparently over.
I wonder if he means game's over or sets over, because it just
Sets
updated
over.
from 1-0 to 1-1.
Oh wait, no. No, it's... Okay, so... That's a good question. Are we still playing this round, or is this round done?
I'm
I
think he means game over, not set over. I think they've got one more.
Yeah, hold
I'm
up.
gonna keep refreshing.
Yeah, let's keep refreshing, see what's going on here. I've put question marks on round 5 upcoming.
Mamba says sets over.
Okay. Roger that.
I hope he lost.
Care to elaborate on that?
No, I just hate that guy.
Jones, the world's most, intent hater. Okay.
I mean, I don't hate him as much as I hate memes, but that's pretty impossible.
Indeed. So, last round left. I believe, yeah, round 5 is coming up, and it will be the last one of the day. People who can't make it through competing for money, the people who can competing replacement for next week's grand finals. I'm feeling pure sadness. I'm sorry, Towit. Let's have a look at the standings. See how things are going, who is out and who is in. 2 losses means, yeah, there's bodies.
Yeah, so there are, at this point, 6 players competing to make it into the top 4. Those are our contenders, it looks like. Unless I'm reading this wrong, I think there are only 6 of those, only 6 players who can make it into the top 4.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm trying to work out all the different ways this could work, because we might have...
Tiebreaker?
We might have tiebreakers with players who are 3 and 2. Don't get your hopes up if you're in chat. I'm trying to figure out exactly how this works.
Jones actively trying to use the calculator, but the pincers are getting in the way.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking, if we've got the top 6 players competing against each other. Oh no, this does work. This does work, because Antonio and ewop, one of them makes it in. One of them, we don't need tiebreakers, I don't think. I believe the way this works is, if you win, if you are one of those 6 players, both ewop and Antonio make it through, and then the winners of the Immortal, Mina, Bean, and Washing Plates games make it through. That's what I'm thinking based on how this looks right now.
Okay, hold up.
If we're trying to get 4 players out of this.
Time out for a second. I see Tuba in chat. Why are you out? Because I'm so ass. Tuba. And this goes for everyone else who's played today. If you are in the closed qualifiers, by definition, you are not ass. You should be proud of how you've played today. Even if you've ended up with, you know, not a great scoreline, you're in the closed qualifiers. You are not ass. No, I'm ass. I don't care. Shut up, Towit. How many times do I have to beat people over the head with the positivity chair until they realize they're good? By being here, by definition, means you're good. If you, like, crashed out in open qualifiers, okay, maybe we point and laugh at you. And maybe that's deserved, but not here. Yeah, we are currently just waiting on round 5 to commence. Ass, all stupendous specimens. There we go, OPRQ. They've got it on lock.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because there's a couple different ways that the players with 1 loss can pair together. I'm wondering how that's going to work out.
I'm sure we'll be told about it when we get closer to the event, or closer to that period.
Oh no, I just mean like immediately for next round.
Oh. I'm sure that's actively being figured out. It's probably why we got a little bit of an extra delay going on.
Yeah. I mean, I figure they do that, they don't do that manually. They just let the bot figure that out. They just hit random a whole bunch of times till the matchups are decided.
Spin the wheel. But yeah, now's a good time, folks, since we got a little bit of a break. Stretch, go to the toilet, do what you want to do. Oh yeah, actually, that's a fair point. Clutch, Jones, have you guys had a moment to, like, step out, eat, have a break? Stretch?
I'm glued to this chair.
I am more than ready to continue, don't you worry.
Okay, making sure. Also, Jones being glued to the chair is not good. That you may want to free yourself.
It's a problem for later, not now.
Ah, future Jones is going to deal with it. I see.
Uh-huh.
Is Beanie still in? Bean is still in. Bean has only suffered 1 loss, Neem the Adam Dob. Standings? Here's the standings for you. They are right here. Bears and Antonio are currently flawless. Washing Plate, Bean, Lemon, and Mina all still hold a chance of actually breaking into the top 4 for next week atmosphere.
By the way,
yes?
Does anyone know if Washing Plates is an alias? Because I'm unfamiliar. They are the only player I don't recognize in this top 6 of think absolutely stacked
let's have
players.
a look.
I think Washing Plates is Modo Finito.
They got through in Open Qualifier 3. And let's see if we can get some snooping information from here. Washing Plates is Washing Plates. View profile. They played in Hall of Heroes 2v2, BCRF. So they've got some history, actually. It's Modo. Ah, it's Modo. Understood.
You got Clutch deafened, it seems.
I'm very dumb. I was in my detective hat. I literally got blinders on. Ah, well. Let's see. Let's get this all sorted out.
The detective tunnel vision.
I thought I was going to figure something out for once.
Don't worry about it, Jones. I'm married now, so I'm used to being ignored.
Oh, no!
Okay. Some insight
I'm
there.
sorry. Not like that!
I'm reading into that.
No! Oh, God, how I feel bad.
So you should.
All right.
How many Mina bees are there? I mean, I could barely handle 1. Where's the other one coming from?
Need to be his clones?
I mean, yeah, there's 3 of them, don't you know?
Oh, no, don't.
What? What, don't you know, Verb? There's 3 of them.
What, is there Mina A and Mina C as well?
You're close.
No, because Mina B wants to Mina C your giant Mina D.
I'm taking a break. Be right back.
Sounds good, actually. I'll take a quick break as well. Why not?
All right. I'm here alone, glued to my chair forever. All right. While I'm here, does anyone in chat have a request for how I should rig this bracket? I'm up for anything at this point. What is the funniest person I could make Mamba play against?
Okay, now that I've recovered from the IRL psychic damage, what the fuck, Clutch? Bloody hell.
It's a classic.
Bracket 5 dropped. Oh, thank you, El Carbonara, fieldside reporter. Okay. We have games. We have... Well, we want to actually see the ones that are relevant for standings. Bears and Antonio are some to keep an eye on.
Mina versus Bean is a decider.
Mina Bean. Oh, Mina Bean. Okay, that's a heavy one. Any other options, or is that going to be the go-to?
The other option is Immortalum versus Washing Plates. That's also a decider. I believe, based on the scoreline right now, Antonio versus I Love Bears is just for seeding. I think that's how that works. So those two qualify, I think, and then the winner of Immortalum versus Washing Plates and the winner of Bean versus Mina B.
Well, we haven't seen Washing Plates yet. Chat does make a good point. Should we watch this one? Or should we go for Bean Mina?
I think Bean Mina is the bigger banger, but chat does have a point. We haven't seen Washing Plates yet, so I'm up for whatever.
You should. Okay.
Yeah, I think to get fair coverage, we should probably watch the Immortalum versus Washing Plates game.
All right, I'll get this locked and loaded. Round 5, update that. Oh yeah, because some people came in here from the raid from earlier on, some people have like just permanent like green accents on my Twitch chat view, so I just see Tuba take the chat with the raider tag. All right, here we are. Got Lemon locked and loaded. Do I actually have Washing Plates? Let me check that. W. I have Washing Plates. There we go. Forza Italia. Oh, is Modo Italian? Understood. All right. We're just gonna settle back in. We're in the potentially final round of the day territory, folks. It's been lovely to have you all here. 3.5 hour broadcast. It's been a nicer pace, or it's been a quicker pace than the open qualifiers, naturally, just due to the pacing of them. Hope you've enjoyed things at a bit more of a sprint. Ewop versus Antonio is like one of the craziest matches of the day. Actually, yeah, we'll see if we can get on that, but my desk has decided, and we want to do fair coverage, so we will be looking at this one.
I have returned.
Perfect timing.
Welcome back.
I've recovered from your psychic damage, and we're going to be looking at Immortal M versus Washing Plates, Clutch.
Ooh, Modo versus Lemon. This is going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, and I believe I have confirmation now from Spaniard that this is working the way I think. So ewop and Antonio are both in. They're just playing for seeding. And we do not need tiebreakers. It is Immortalum versus Washing Plates for the third spot, third or fourth spot, and then Bean versus Mina B for the other one.
I do feel like this particular matchup is going to be difficult for Lemon because I'm assuming Modo hasn't changed too much, but he always had really good reactions. So I'm assuming that he can probably react at least fairly consistently to VG. So it's going to be interesting to see how Lemon is going to be able to get the damage in and just how consistently Mr. Modo is going to be able to react to the VG offense.
Ooh. Immortalum just tosses out the heavy, and I believe Washing Plates thought it was a light attack.
I think that was actually the second time it happened in that round as well. Lemon with the heavy feint into heavy twice to punish the parry on the light timing, catching Modo off guard not just once but twice. So strong first round showing for Lemon.
Gotcha. I think we also might be holding, since we're not doing tie breaks, I think we might be holding the Mina B and Bean set for those who want to watch that.
Pog. Good to know. Also, I appreciate a yellow-colored cosmetic, so Washing Plates gets my favorite Drip of the Day award.
He looks like a banana.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still better than Bean fashion.
Gotta love the yellow WhatsApp fashion, dude.
Ooh, yeah, there you go, throwing the zone into the Varangi, and it can be punished so heavily, especially with your back to a wall.
I mean, even without your back to a wall, you're still eating 20 damage into an unreactable mix-up. It's such a strong defensive tool.
Ah, made him
Is
blink.
the headbutt? You're not referring to the headbutt chain, you're referring to the UB as being unreactable?
Yes. No, I'm referring to the actual headbutt mix-up.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because the headbutt...
I don't know why I had assumed that was reactable.
No, it's not. It's a 400 MS bash. It's not a 500 MS bash.
Okay. Everything looks the same to my console eyes.
Lemon doing a really good job with his full block, so you can tell that already Modo is starting to second guess letting both heavies and immediate zones to rip because he's landed it so many times. Nice parry by Lemon as well, down to 2.5 bars already, Modo. He's got a long way to make up here. Nice reaction to the... I'm surprised he didn't go for a zone there. He had the stamina for it. He gets the light parry punish. Doesn't go for the crushing counter. Doesn't put the movie with the zone. Oh, makes a bad read into the unblockable heavy, and I tell you what, Lemon looking too strong at the moment. He looks like he's starting to run away with this.
The attacker wins.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is, I mean, he plays at least a decent bit of Tiandi himself. I think this is a matchup he probably knows in and out more better than most players, I would say. So I think he's fairly comfortable here.
Yeah, Modo needs to change this up quickly. He needs to kind of learn as well that Lemon, despite not being able to react to unblockable heavies, he's extremely good at differing. And the Tiandi zone has a very pronounced animation, so he needs to stop being so liberal about throwing it out of neutral. Because I think Lemon's punished it practically almost every time he's throwing it out. Nice read though, gets a guard break on the dodge, gets the kick as well, well done. Low on stamina, so can't really follow up too much. Got to be careful with his back to the wall here. I'm surprised actually Lemon didn't actually opt to go for the wall slap with the bash there. Probably valued the mix up higher, but nice reaction to the neutral light. Beautiful reaction to the 400 MS light, and now Modo, where he was looking like he was in the driver's seat, now he's looking a bit at risk. I think he can eat a light and still stay alive, but no! Lemon actually goes for a read on the whiff punish, whereas the Modo just goes straight forward 400 MS light on whiff to interrupt, and Modo just get his first round on the board.
Yeah, I thought that after he parried the chain light Immortal that he just, I don't know, it seemed destined that he was going to take that round, but did not get the reaction to the Tiandi light afterward. He made the read that he wasn't going to throw anything, I suppose, or that he was going to dodge and the light would catch, but either way, we're back here into this 5th round, and a trade there after the Tiandi palm strike whiffs. And you can see some of the Tiandi neutral offense coming into play here. I mean, he can either bash or he can forward dodge light, and Immortalum is going to punish that, but he's still looking a little bit lower on health than his opponent.
Oh, beautiful crushing counter there, and that was actually the first time I think I've seen at the Indie Zone not get punished by Lemon. But I do tell you one thing here, it looks like Modo is starting to react to these unblockable heavies very consistently. He was struggling a little bit in the first 1 to 2 rounds, but it looks like he's starting to lock in now, and that's not a good sign for Lemon if he's unable to land consistent damage with those unblockable heavies. Let's just hope it's not too late, considering he already let Lemon get 3 rounds on the board.
Ooh, and Immortalum forces a reaction at the start of the round. But yeah, there we go. You can see another zone gets through, and I'm wondering if Immortalum is just assuming he's not going to throw the zone at this point because he's punished so many that he's not even looking for them anymore. Kind of paradoxically, that he's assuming that he's conditioned Modo, but Modo's still throwing these zones.
Yeah, surprisingly, he's just not been getting punished. Maybe it's the commentator's curse saying he was punishing them all, and then all of a sudden he just keeps blocking them and allowing the TNA to get his mixed up. Nice parry on the heavy. Tried to bait out again the parry on light timing, but Modo has learned his lesson. Good read on the feint to guard break, gets punished, and tries to bait out dodge light, doesn't get it this time. No biting on the parry either. I think Lemon was anticipating a dodge attack there. Oh, nice crushing counter on the read. Really good reads actually by Lemon with his unblockables there, because he made a read that the TND was going to go for a zone punish, ended up getting the punish on the attempted interrupt earlier in the round, and then got another one at the end. Lemon again showing how good his reads can be, and he's got 3 rounds now and needs to win 1 of them. And again, I think that's the second time Modo's tried to punish that running attack that's unlocked, not actually parryable. It does bait out the dodge attack, gets top heavy, good interrupt there, nice reaction from the MS fight. Nice baits out a parry, finally fights a reaction there. Gets a bit of damage on the board, baits the dodge with the unreactable bash. Modo on the back foot here, he's on 30 HP, but Lemon doesn't have a lot of stamina, baits the big block, goes for the chain heavy, the crushing kind of goes through, and the chain! At 500 MS chain light. for the kill. I don't think Modo was anticipating that, and Lemon is going to take the first game.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if you're not looking for it, it becomes a lot harder to react to. And that's just sometimes the case with, these 500 millisecond chain lights where you're just assuming your opponent's not going to throw it. You're already thinking about the next thing that you're going to try to do in anticipation of what they're going to do. And then suddenly you've already been hit with a chain light you weren't even thinking about.
It's going to be interesting to see, is Modo going to stick with the TND for game number 2, and what Lemon is going to pick if there's a certain character he'd like to play into the TND, or if he's just going to stick with his usual picks.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, we're going to see Shigoki, but, I mean, he's got a pretty wide character roster.
Is Immortal parrying 400 MS lights all the way across the ocean? Asks OPRQ. Yes, apparently so. Alright, here we go. Have a nice spectate, and the answer to your question is Shugonki Raider?
Raider. Interesting. I think there's been a little bit of Raider in some of the Coliseums recently, Clutch, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, there's definitely been a couple of people playing at the Raider. I mean, he's still considered to be good. He still has good offense, and he can still, despite the fact his numbers have been reduced so much, he still has the potential to do quite a bit of damage on failed reads or reactions. I think he's just universally looked at as being, he's just falling a bit too far behind the top dogs.
Apparently there was also a Raider mirror earlier, last round, which was interesting. It was off stream. But there's apparently been some Raider gameplay today, but this is the first one on stream.
Here is the hug punish. It's just a huge HP swing. Not quite as dramatic as Shaman's, but a fair bit easier to get into because you don't have to have the bleeding prerequisite. You do need a wall though.
Yeah, it looks like Modo is trying to react to these Shigoki neutral heavies, but he's failed the reaction at least 2 to 3 times, and then also was a frame late on the light parry trying to differ. So he's eaten quite a lot of damage on those failed reactions, but still in the fighting chance here. Nice, good reads on these interrupts. As I said in the earlier rounds, Lemon does like to do that, where he makes, let's say, an interrupt attempt, gets punished, and then he will go for the interrupt immediately after again. But this time, Modo was waiting for it to get the counter. However, that's kind of the problem with Raider, is that his heavy parry punishes are very underwhelming. Yes, he gets to go into his chain and continue his offense, but it doesn't exactly give him much in terms of frames, and it's just very low damage. So into this particular matchup, I think it's going to be quite difficult.
Yeah. Ooh, and he forces the stun tap, the storm tap, just out of neutral, making Washing Plates think that he was going to forward dodge in a headbutt. He does this time, but now you've got to deal with the Shigoki hyper armor after he whiffs the headbutt. And I mean, certainly Raider's got his own hyper armor to try to contest with that, but I mean, eventually you're going to eat some of those headbutts. And there you go. You can't really take the trade anymore now that your health is this low.
And Lemon's reads on those side dodge storming taps have been absolutely on point. I don't think he's made the wrong read once in the first 2 rounds. His reads in general have been very impressive today.
Yeah, I mean, there was one time he committed, offensively to a headbutt that Modo dodge attacked, but, I mean, I've got to agree. His reads have been on point.
It is confusing why Modo... I know he's got a very good Raider, but why he would pick the Raider knowing that the Shigoki was likely to come out, because this is quite a cooked matchup.
Ooh, he's going for the straight up damage instead of the health swing. Did he maybe think that it wasn't going to hit the wall and he was trying to get into a mix-up?
I think he just valued the damage more there, and then on the second one, the reason why he went for the hug is because he had low stamina, and obviously the hug not only gives you the health swing, it also gives you stamina. He wanted to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, fair play.
And Modo just seems to be getting completely out-read by Lemon at the moment.
The defender wins.
Yeah, and I mean, as Raider, one of the things that you're, able to do is try to get some trades in, but I mean, when you're already down in health, trading does not help you at all. And that seems to be the case in basically all of these rounds where Lemon gets out to a fast start and he's content to just trade after that if Modo's up for it.
Nice,
Yeah,
look
and
at
he's
that.
just
34 damage on the Garbage Punch from 140 HP character that also has the ability to heal himself. Absolutely ridiculous damage output from Shigoki.
I'm not gonna lie, guys, this is the first time watching today that I've seen a matchup legitimately feel like it was decided on character select.
Yeah,
Nothing
I mean,
against
certainly...
washing plates, but, like, this feels like it.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly, like, a good few matchups like that. And what makes a great character is characters who don't have many bad matchups, especially terrible matchups. But yeah, this is rough.
Round
Not only the matchup, though, Lemon's reads have just been so on point in these rounds. Like, it makes it look like it's a completely washed matchup, but Lemon's also been putting in the reads to make it look this easy.
Yeah, it's not just this set either. I mean, you've called out earlier that Lemon's been making great reads all day long, and I mean, if he plays like this in the next game as well, I mean, if he cleans out this set and plays like this in the series finals, I mean, there is a very serious chance that he wins the whole thing.
Man is a threat.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got 2 bars to play with here. This is maybe the most wrong a round has gone for him, and he's in the lead now at this point. It's just been dominant throughout. This might be a swift 5-0.
Like, this is nowhere near fraud check territory, but this is rough for washing plates.
That was a very, very rough game there. I was quite surprised that Modo kept going for the sideline purely on prediction rather than dodging and trying to react to the battery and let rip with the Storm Tap for the punish. Especially considering that the Storm Tap is faster than most dodge attacks, so it's actually he got an easier window to react to the bash to get the punches off, but he was just throwing it out on prediction, and Lemon's reads were just on point in that game, and he made it look easy.
Yeah, so Lemon is through now. And I believe I think, no, okay, it looks like we've got the Bean Mina B matchup to head into now, and that is the last one that matters. Not in terms of prizes, but in terms of qualifying.
Yes.
There are still prizes on the table for players who go 3 and 2.
I'll get this one lined up ASAP. So it is 1-0 Bean. Mina B, line that one up. There we go. I won't even bother with the ticker. I'm just gonna go straight in. Oh, come on, not now. Okay, you know what? It's doing the friendsless bug because I have a ton of friends. I'm going for the backup strat. I can turn off crossplay and get in that way. I don't have an eye on Bean, so interesting.
Yeah, I have to guess that they're between games right now.
Okay. Yeah, this is the normal backup strat, is to turn off crossplay. Unless this is a crossplay match, would that be relevant? I don't think so. Like, is Mina B console?
Question, but I don't know. But that is a good conceptual question. Whether one player being on console would mess with spectate, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, let me.
Either way, it shouldn't in this case because obviously they're both on PC.
Yeah, just give it a moment, get it to act together. Otherwise, I'll swap back. Because we are between games. We are. I believe the set is being held, so we can actually it is being held for us. So that's probably it. I literally answered my own question. Are there any console players in the qualifier? I mean, we got Jones.
I don't think that's what he meant.
They're in right now. Okay, let me.
Okay, nice.
Kill the crossplay and then.
That is a good question, though. I'm not sure if anyone in this is actively playing on a console.
Let's go.
There are a lot of players from console playing in this, and a lot of players who mainly still play on console. I have to assume there's at least 1 or 2 people playing from their console right now.
Mina B going with the Orochi to kick things off. Bean kicking things off with the Athira.
Yeah, and I've heard Orochi praised as one of the characters like Warlord and like BP, who is just a character who doesn't really have bad or good matchups.
Round 1.
I don't know, how do you feel about that, Clutch?
I definitely wouldn't agree with that statement. I don't think.
Really?
I think if you're playing it into someone who can't pronounce the unblockable can be very strong on the Orochi because of the ability to dodge cancel the counter. So it makes using dodge attacks, for example, hard against someone like Benny who differ very consistently and also have very good unblockable reactions, I think Orochi is not a fantastic character.
Yeah, I mean, the round so far is definitely agreeing with you in terms of health pools. But I'm gonna go grab the bands real quick.
Thank you kindly. Jones with the ability to pull the backstage admin info.
Yeah, I'm cheating.
I'm curious whether Bean might have actually banned Lucia for Mina.
That is a Tiandi ban from Bean.
Okay.
And PK from Mina.
Understandable bans.
Much closer round this time around, Mina not getting completely wiped out. About bar behind here at the moment. Nice base out the parry on the heavy. You go for a dodge attack, so Mina wasn't able to punish. Mina is below a bar now on about 20 HP. Heavy connect. No biting on the unblockable here. Nice good read on the fainted guard break. Gets about to mix it up. And Bean is going to be up 2-0 on cruise control right now.
Yeah, and he's up in games as well. So, I mean, he finishes this out. He takes that last spot. Mina has bet it all on maybe the char he's most famous for, the Orochi.
Ooh, he goes for the dodge. Dodge attack actually not going to connect either. Block recovery too fast. Already down to 50 HP here. This is the problem that Orochi, like Bean's just going to sit there. He's going to eat those bashes because he knows that he can react to those unblockables. It's just going to waste time. It's going to buy him time to just regenerate his stamina. Health totals are more even now, but Mina doing everything he can to try and land down. So difficult for the Orochi. Beautiful deflect there. Benny is going to be down to about 30 HP. He's just not fighting. And look at this. Differs the line out. Neutral gets the parry and Bean, as I said. I generally just don't think the Orochi is a great pick into a player like Bean.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see the light on that as well. It's just looking really tough for Mina to get any kind of purchase in. I mean, you've got the kick, of course, and the nice thing about the kick is like you're able to make a read on whether your opponent, just dodges or dodge attacks you. You could choose to throw the light afterward. The recovery on it isn't terrible. But I mean, other than that, it's really difficult to get into Bean's offense here if you're just trying to, get in with parryable attacks.
Mina did actually manage to land an unblockable in this round though. Nice deflect again on the zone. Has been down to about 30 HP. Chips him down to about 25. Not quite enough to get the kill. The unblockable goes through again. Bean decides to make a hard read into the unblockable again there. But I think this is what I was saying before. When you go into these players who have really good reactions, a lot of people opt to just go faint to guard break to try and bait out like a flinch or a failed reaction. And I think Mina knows that Bean expects him to know that he's got really good reactions. So to go from being more feints into neutral or to go for some more feints into guard breaks. So he was making these reads to punish the faint guard break attempts, but I think Mina didn't do this. He started to throw them out a bit more, and that's why they both landed last round. That's the second one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other side of playing against people in tournaments who use scrimmage a lot is, I mean, you could just, the downside is maybe your opponents know everything about you, but the upside is maybe you know everything about your opponent, you know what they expect you to do. So there's a lot of mind games within it when, I mean, certainly a lot of it comes down to, matchups and experience, but there's definitely interpersonal reads going on as well.
Oh, good read on the kick, and now Bean, he's winning 4-1. He only needs to win one of the next 4 rounds, and this isn't just a game point. This is a grand final qualification point here. 4 of them, only needs to win one of the next 4. Mina is fighting for his life here. Really good reads early on in the round. Already has about 2 bars. Oh, actually got Bean down to half HP. Baits out the dodge attack though. Bean finally gets a little bit of damage on the board. Nice reaction by Mina. Opt for the double line to the zone, probably because he didn't have a ton of stamina. Does get the bash. Bean down to about 35 HP. Nice baits out the parry attempt. Bean actually flinching there. Nice, good punish on the kick. Mina keeping his hopes alive. 4-2. Oh. Mina's got to do everything he can. He's got to be sweating right now because he knows one failed round and it's all over for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is do or die for Mina right now. These players have been playing I mean, all of last month trying to qualify for this close qualifier. But I mean, if you don't make it to the grand finals here, what was it all for? Sure, you get the money, but you want to be in that grand final. And Mina is playing his heart out here. Gets another parry on the dodge attack that he baits out for Bean. Goes into the unblockable. His offense has been shut down now. And Bean has a chance. Bean just maybe needs 1 or 2 more correct reads to finish the round out. But he's got to be careful. He's getting really low.
Oh, he does get the bash. I'm surprised Bean wasn't able to punish the zone, but Mina and Neutral does punish this one. He's too far away to get the wall splat. But again, Mina going for too many. He's going to allow him to get the wall splat off of the bash.
No.
Almost feels like maybe he's panicked a little bit. He saw the round victory in his sights there and just started spamming too many zones, seeing that Bean was low on HP. But Bean was just too good at those differences, too good reaction-wise, and he punished both of those zones, got the W, and Bean is going to be progressing through to the grand finals.
That was a great effort there from Mina, but I think at the end, you're right. He saw the round victory in his sights. He wanted to throw out the low risk attack that has the chance to kill, and he kept making the same read, but Bean was prepared for it, and he was not letting that fly, and so he makes it through. We've got a few sets left. Antonio and ewop are still playing, I think.
Bean is
never mind.
I've got to say,
my words, that literally just finished.
I've got to say, guys, Bean is the king of robberies. That is twice today he has pulled victory out of the jaws of defeat in a moment that was critical. That man, dear God, there's a reason he stayed and held his cards for this. I mean, yeah, he was a sub on the 4v4 side of things, but he held his cards for 1v1 for a reason. All right, so what are we looking at here? Oh.
Well, we've got matches left, but we have our top 4 players if we want to go ahead and...
Oh, yeah. Here we are. So, make sure I'm reading this correctly. Lemon, aka Immortal, Bean, I Love Bears, aka that's Creature?
ewop.
Ewop. And Antonio, aka Antonio, have all punched their tickets to next week. Am I reading that correctly?
That seems to be correct to me.
All right, so we could try and catch an extra match or 2, just to please the folks. Yep, looks like Sharo is being called for. So I'll very quickly try and get us that, get them some screen time. And I have Mr. Final Boss's eye just left. I'll see what I can do. But that is... Go on.
I was going to say, I assume that means they just finished the 1-1 game, and they're headed into... Yeah, there we go. I assume this is game 3 now.
Okay.
The spectate eye.
Oh, wait, what am I doing? I was on the screen. There we are. Okay, we got a bonus game, everyone. H versus V Sharo.
Yeah,
Raider Warden.
First Warden.
Yo.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about, you know, you're playing Conquest with Ban and it's only best of 3 is you're not going to see, like, a crazy amount of character diversity, even if these characters are still, like, somewhat near the top level compared to characters like LB, Centurion, Shaolin, other top 1v1 characters. But I mean, you could definitely get away with characters like Warden, I would argue.
Nice, gets a guard break. Gonna get the wall splat here, gets himself back into the round, equalized the HP total. Nice powered by H. It's good to see a Warden. Surprised not to see more of them today, although I think people kind of gravitated towards the Warmonger after her buffs over the Warden. But Sharo playing well here, has brought the round back. Good defense from Madachal here, though. Nice, good read, though. Gets a guard break with the soft feint. He's on about 60 HP. One mistake from H is all it's going to take here. Actually, quite surprised he didn't go for the forward dodge bash to pressure the stamina of the Raider, but he is going to get the punish, but the Immortal gets parried, and Mr. Sharo is going to go up 1-0.
Yeah, and let me grab... I think I would assume they're both 2-2 at this point, but yeah, Sharo is 2-2, and so is H. So yeah, this is playing for money. And...
Yeah, so So even though these players aren't playing for a spot in the grand finals, they are still playing for some extra cash. So still going to be some nerves on the line here, even if it's not going to be quite to the same degree. Nice, Buffett Heavy ends up beating out the guard break from the one. The one is got in the position of having the HP lead at the moment, but 2 storming taps to Zephyr. Beautiful reaction to the top right from the Raider, but good read on the faint guard break there, and now the Warden's on the front foot. Good read. Only goes for a storming tap until the guard break punished, but baits out the parry, and Sharo gonna take the second round.
Yeah, and I mean, Sharo, I'm not at all shocked to see the Raider after. I mean, I believe this is one of his main characters he likes to play in 1v1s. I mean, we saw him play it against ewop. I want to say he played it against. Yes, definitely he played it against ewop because he pulled it off in that game where he upset ewop in the entire set, which was an absolute barn burner. And sticking through with the Char in his time of need, 1-1, trying to clinch it out for some cash.
Yeah, Sharo, he's been playing the Raider for a long time. Like, even back when I was still playing the game, he was playing some Raider in 1v1, so he's definitely extremely experienced with the character, and especially after how well he did in the qualifying tournament with the character, that was not surprising to see him playing it here. Nice read by the Warden, going to get his first round on the board. Isn't just going to roll over here, is Marichal. He's putting up a fight.
Round 4.
Yeah, I think we were debated earlier on H being Marichal. I believe Marichal is somebody else.
It was the French-sounding name.
Yes, the Le Sacre-Fou. But yeah, H is supposedly H is just H. I'm not very familiar with him, but I mean, he's done very well to get this far. Potentially going positive in the closed qualifier is really impressive.
This is why we need people like, I have been banging this drum for years. People need to have their names be proper in game, damn it. I still have trauma from Pete Sally and Clutchmeister set mix.
I'll never forget that tournament. But who was it earlier then who said that H was Marichal? Someone said it.
I think that was me after I heard it from chat. I'm just spreading misinformation.
Brother, if I had enough like funding to like determine rules for tournaments by being the primary prize fund like source, I would have a mandatory rule. You must have your primary name be your name, otherwise you're DQ'd immediately.
Yeah, I'm fully in favor. This is too confusing.
Pain and suffering. For those of you wondering why the vibe have gotten significantly less serious now, the top 4 for next week has been decided for the series final. Anton, ewop, Bean, and Lemon have made it through. We are just currently watching essentially the rest of the round finish. A little bit of extra content to wind down on. We're currently watching H and Sharo, 2 players who we didn't get much of today, if any, so give them a little bit of extra screen time. Sharo puts an axe in the clavicle of H, putting this towards close to or match point for him.
Yeah, on the note of name changes though, and new names, I just want to highlight how nice it is that like we've got a good few players in this who I was not familiar with, who made it all the way to the closed qualifier. I mean, we saw it last year a little bit with like a few players, but I mean, I feel like there's a lot of new players, a lot of great talent that I just wasn't familiar with. Some of them who didn't even play today, but just played really well in open qualifiers, who I was just really underrating. It's really nice to see that they're still up and coming talent.
Yeah, like the theme of friend or foe was meant to be like the teammates turn rivals angle. Not gonna lie, and yes, I am willing to say this live on broadcast, that really hasn't come to pass. But what has happened in its place is this upsurge in new talent in every single mode, which has been really cool to see. In 1v1, 2v2, and 4v4, we have consistently seen new blood come in and make a big statement, which has been really, really fun for me.
Yeah, H is trying to get, there we go, he does get the one read in, and that is, they're really trying to make this a nail biter, huh? But, I mean, on the note of the theme of friend or foe, one thing that I could be really interested in tomorrow is Antonio went undefeated, and if potentially Immortalum is 4th seed, that sets up a bit of a storyline there. Not necessarily because Immortalum played in the 4v4 series, obviously he wasn't able to, but they are teammates in, you know, general speaking. So I mean, that could definitely be an interesting way of looking at things there. They have to face off in 1v1s and potentially knock each other out.
It's going to be interesting because if Bean does actually end up winning the grand finals, he's actually technically going to have won 2 out of 3 of the friend or foe tournaments.
Yeah, that's also on the table for Anton after the 2v2 series.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of stakes for all these players tomorrow. Tomorrow. I believe it's next week.
Can we not do it tomorrow?
I'm not showing back up tomorrow.
I'm
Neither
visiting my
you,
dad
Verb.
tomorrow to do IT support. I can't do that tomorrow.
IT
bring it
support
on.
by running a stream, dude.
No, I'm helping set up his laptop I got him for Christmas. I just moved my entire
H-
setup to his house.
H is just a round away from putting himself into the money here. And he's got another read here against Sharo. He's got to watch his stam.
I'll tell you what, H is actually, his defense has been really good in these rounds. Really good reaction. He's going to be able to pick up the kill, and that, I believe, is going to take it 5-3 in the third game for H. But as I was saying, his defense seemed really on point. It seemed like he was quite consistently reacting to the
Good stuff,
the
H.
unblockable heavy and the storming tower. So his defense really on point there, playing really, really well. Impressive performance, even though he didn't make it into the grand finals, still manages to win some pride with an impressive performance and earning himself a bit more money, which definitely doesn't hurt.
All right, let's refresh the page. Yeah, that was the last match of round 5, which means we are closed for business. Top 4 is decided, and the round is complete. GG's, everyone. Good stuff. We have confirmed Antonio, Bean, Ewop, and Lemon for next week. So I guess now it's time for housekeeping. So while we're waiting for that to transpire, if mods want to come say anything, Clutch, Jones, you two have done marvelous as always. If you've got anything to plug, anything to say, by all means.
After you, Jones.
I was just going to say thanks to both of you for putting up with me. But no, that's about all I've got. Thanks to the admins behind the scenes who are keeping the whole thing running. Thanks to the players for helping things run smoothly, mostly. But yeah, that's about it. What you got, Clutch?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. I hope everyone enjoyed the commentary. It was a lot of fun commentating the tournament today. It was such a high quality of competition, as I mentioned before it began. Loads of really fun games. Going to be looking forward to the grand finals. It's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, I really appreciate you having me and wish you all the luck for the grand finals.
Oh, I believe we do have a Spaniard in the VoIP. Add Spaniard, you're mute on Discord. There we are.
Hello, yeah, I didn't want to
All good.
be... So, you have to forgive me, I'm a bit scatterbrained at the moment. It's been a pretty
That's
wild
fair. You've
day
it's been a
and a
lot
wild
today.
week in general for me, so that's fine. But thank you, everybody, for coming along and watching today. I hope you all had a good stream. The bits that I managed to catch in between doing admin stuff were very entertaining, so thank you guys for doing some great casting. Jones for stepping in last minute as a replacement Havoc who couldn't make it today, unfortunately. Big appreciation to that, for you for doing that, Jones. Yeah, tune in next week. It's gonna be fun. I don't think I've already got anything else to add to that, other than just saying thank you to everybody who played, thank you to everybody who watched, thank you to everybody who casted. Big thanks to Nutella for helping on the admin stuff.
Yes.
And thanks for Ubisoft for providing a prize and the game that is all so much fun. So yeah.
Indeed. The only thing I will add is OPRQ asked in chat the rules for next round. Next week is going to be a good old-fashioned double Elim knockouts. It is
with one difference is that we best instead of best of 3, we best of 5s.
Yes,
so
right here.
The players will have to pull out an extra character to make it through, which is going to test their abilities even more.
Indeed. But yes, we will see you next week, same time, on main channel, I believe.
Yeah, not the same place.
As usual. So we'll see you all on For Honor Game. Yes, they're giving me the keys again. Thank you all very much for watching. And you can all go now.